My cat
And
have
we're
D&D.
live. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hey,
Oh,
everyone.
yes.
Hello.
Look at
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. We're live. The madness is about to begin.
Oh,
Oh, I thought I was only doing the face thing for that, but okay.
The face thing for what?
My art.
For what?
Well,
What? What? Face? What?
I was going to share this stream with the friends.
What? What? What's going on?
Lady Deante Dubois has very big eyes.
Yes. Super huge
Yeah.
eyes. Oh, wait. I think I messed up one of my settings. Okay, there we go. That's fixed.
I have your chat open. It's just muted. The stream is muted.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Hello, Errol. Welcome. I'm nervous. I know you what's gonna happen. So, let's say we get this show on the road, shall we?
Let's.
Okay, so we open up to the party, who is currently standing in the middle of a fort. A fort built at the edge of a forest. Boy. Oh god, I'm getting nervous already. Okay, you know what? I need coffee. You know what? Coffee. Gotta get coffee. I need coffee for this.
Do not be afraid, Miss Cutie. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay. You know, I'm not gonna think about this. Just gonna go. The fort is busy with the hustle and bustle of soldiers, knights, slaves, and adventurers going about their business. Behind the party is the command tent, which they have just exited after having been briefed on what was expected of them here. Inside the tent, the figure of Lord Cockermouth could still be seen, and his waning voice disappearing in the distance, lost in the noises of the camp, barking
I
orders
am
to
sorry.
his
Could you repeat that name?
Lord Cockermouth. Yes, Lord Cockermouth leads the... Well, he's not leading from the front, more like he's in charge of organizing this entire assault.
So he's not leading from the back either?
Well, from what you've gathered, listening in on what he's been saying to his knight commanders, other lords in the tent, you get the idea that he's dealing with logistics. Figuring out which knight squad is going where, how many adventurers involved, how many supplies. He's planning the whole thing essentially. You get the idea that he's a very, very busy man. Because once he's done briefing you guys on what you're supposed to do, he's gone straight on to dealing with logistics and supply situation, making sure that this assault on the city is gonna go off without a hitch. To recap what the briefing that the party had just attended. Beyond the walls of the fort, across a gentle rolling plain, lies the border city of Lordwall. It is a large trading hub on the southeastern border of the Empire of the Hand. 3 months ago, the Empire of the Hand lost contact with the city of Lordwall. Nobody knew what happened. Eventually, after some misadventures involving a emissary that failed to return and scouting parties that returned slightly fucked up, it was discovered that a false king had installed himself upon the central keep, essentially claiming the city as his rule. Situated right here. Now, adventurers were gathered throughout the Empire of the Hand in order to aid in retaking the city. As some people might deduce, it is not common that adventurers are recruited for these sort of missions. You know, most people would expect that the army would roll in and retake the city for the Empire, but the circumstances surrounding the fall of Lordwall are unusual. There was no invading army as was first suspected. Instead, the city appears to have fallen into complete anarchy. There isn't even a hint of any insurrectionist army holding the walls, holding the gates. In fact, by just walking into the city, you wouldn't even know that a false king has installed himself upon a makeshift throne in the central keep. It is only through reports from scouts venturing deeper into the city that hints of the false king has been turned up. Alas, the scouts couldn't get very far because, as was explained by Lord Cockermouth, it is very difficult to organize an assault into the city when the entire city is basically trying to fight you off. Even though it's not an organized resistance by any means, a military solution would result in massive collateral damage to the entire city, and it was decided that they wanted to avoid that. Instead, the Imperial Hand has decided to recruit adventurers because adventurers, unlike the military, would be more well equipped to deal with all of the gangs and oddities that appear to have taken control of different sections of the city. The scouts have also reported wild animals roaming about the city, so yeah, that's not something that the army is equipped to deal with. And that's where you guys come in.
Well, the real question is whether the cats and dogs are living together. If it is, it's dark sorcery.
I have several questions, Lord Commander. As the judge going through the area, do you wish for them to be taken alive or dead?
Your quest. You have basically been ushered out of the command tent because Lord Cockermouth is too busy. Instead, you may direct all your questions to Sir Sturm.
I see.
The knight captain in charge of the squad of Mailed Fist Knights that has been assigned to your party.
Do you want us to take prisoners alive or dead, or what is the plan here?
If they're dead, they're not prisoners anymore.
Then you're not using enough magic, right then?
Sturm is a 6'4" elven woman. When unhelmeted, you can see that she has longish hair, shoulder-length hair, but it's currently tied up. Blonde, green eyes, fairly typical of elves, except for the fact that despite being lean, you get the feel that she has strength to back up her position as Knight Captain. And to answer your question, she ponders for a moment. Well, ideally, if any citizens loyal to the Empire were discovered, your safety should be secured, if possible.
But
As
that's
for
understandable, of course, but I am more talking about resistance.
resistance, if any individual or group opposes you, they are to be considered as traitors to the Empire and dealt with, aka killed. Of course,
If they surrender, but of course they will be treated as prisoners of war, would it not be?
We're not at war.
yes, this isn't a war. This is, as best we can tell, an insurrection. A very strange one, but an insurrection nonetheless.
That is very not good.
I suppose some prisoners would be useful in order to ascertain exactly what is going on with all the groups that appear to have taken over different sections of the city. Tell you what, if you are able to secure any prisoners, you may turn them over to us, and we shall interrogate them.
As she finishes that, a bush is rustling, and then you hear the voice.
I only do dead. This land has been tampered with. The people, my people, are not happy with it.
Is that a talking bush?
I just peed in that bush.
I did not appreciate it.
The Knight Captain Sturm raises her eyebrow at the bush, but you get the idea that she is amused by your comment.
I'm seeing stars. I laughed too hard.
We shall defer to your judgment on the matter. You are our vanguard, after all. If you are able to capture anyone, so be it. Turn them over to us, and we'll process them. If you're unable to capture anyone, no love lost. They are going to die eventually, anyway.
That is a very bleak way to look at things.
Well,
It is the circle of life, after all.
it is the circle of life, and they are traitors to the Empire.
My cycle of life is the barley grows, it get turned into beer, and then it gets peed into a bush, which then becomes barley again.
You are the most typical dwarf I have ever met.
Oh, thank you very much.
Please refrain from peeing on me next time.
Well,
That's
I
a bit
can't
my
promise anything if I'm not seeing straight.
Bushy's nose.
Are we going to have to prepare ale for the dwarf?
What? I thought you brought like general provisions with you. I mean, that's general provisions.
Well, we do have ale, but what I mean is, are we going to have to prepare carrying the ale into the city?
I usually just roll the barrels.
Have you not considered just filling a water skin with ale?
What am I supposed to do with the other 99 drinks?
Fill more water skin?
That's heavy.
Okay, tell you
And
what.
I gotta keep my hands free for the axe.
Tell you what. You see Sir Stum gesture to one of her lieutenants. And she says, please make sure we have a keg of ale being brought in with us. Inform the quartermaster. And
Well, we
yes,
should introduce the characters to the chat.
Yes.
Yes, that reminds me, by the way, if anyone in the party needs anything else unique, we have the ale for the dwarf. If you need anything else unique, speak to the quartermaster and let him know. And we'll arrange to have it brought in with us to the best of our ability.
Oranges?
No, Twitch, no, don't
What?
turn on.
What? What? Twitch? What?
I hit the Twitch button by accident.
Oops. What? Yeah, what?
It's right next to Chrome.
Well, yeah, feel free to introduce yourselves, chat. We've already heard a little bit of everyone talking. We'll start with the person furthest to the left, Cannon.
I am Lady Deante Duvoir, envoy to the Goblin Kingdom and circuit judge. I like to throw fire. I'm a wizard.
Alright, next up, White.
Right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eva. I am a plant leshy, and I am here to do nature's bidding.
Oh,
By
shit, you're
shooting
playing a
people in the
Russian?
face.
Awesome.
Shooting people in the face. Right. There's probably gonna be a lot of that going on. Right, next up, Cass. Who are you playing?
Delilah. I'm a small sprite. That's currently she's got black hair and there's a flower on top of her head. That is currently pink and black. She's got orange, a succubus tail, and her fairy wings are flying around, and she's eating an orange right now, wearing a sundress. She's flying around.
Isn't the orange like half your size?
Shh. She's eating an orange.
Okay.
It's a slice of orange.
That still like goes up to your hips, doesn't it? Considering that you're tiny size.
Yes. She's eating an orange.
Yeah, eating a
She
giant
doesn't
orange.
care. Delia is a sorcerer of demonic descent. If you can't tell by the demon horns and tell.
Alright, and next up we have Lucky. Who are you, Lucky?
And I'm Cordrum. I'm a dwarf from the Happy Anvil Club. Or clan, whatever. And, the Empire is kind enough to pay me to go in and kill people. I say that's a bonus.
There'll definitely be a lot of killing. You, as Sir Sturm looks you over, you get the feeling that she is She doesn't know whether she should be worried or amused at the rather strange adventure party she has been assigned to. This is one of the quite possibly the most unusual party makeup she's ever seen. Although
I'm not used to being the tallest one in the party.
I can imagine that, Sister replies. Although, okay, to business then. The attack is going to begin tomorrow. The party, as you already know, will be leading the assault. There are several things you need from us. Firstly, the system hands you a small cut of cloth, and she says, This is a flag marked with the heraldry of the Mailed Fist Knights. This will mark you as official representatives of the Order of the Mailed Fist and give you imperial authority to attack the city. If loyal imperial civilians and citizens see this, they should recognize it. You're free to display it however you wish. We leave it up to your judgment. You can see, yeah, it is basically a heraldry flag. You can wave it on a stick, you can wear it over, attach it to like a clasp over your shoulder as a small cloak. Although that's a small cloak for the dwarf. For any of the small party members, it'll probably be a large cloak, and for the sprite, it'll probably cover the entire sprite.
I have the perfect place to store this. Zip. In between.
As long as you remember you have it, feel free to make use of it however you wish. And, about speaking of which, System's eyes, while looking over the party, lands directly on Lady Diante Duvor. And she says, Lady Duvor, I must stress that while yes, you are a circuit judge and you are a representative of the Goblin Kingdom here, you do not actually represent the Imperial Hand in judicial matters with regards to this assault. If you come across any situation that requires a political solution, I must insist that you refer the matter to me. Is that understood?
You do realize I am skilled in politics. I understand your need for concern, but surely there can be some matter that we can discuss. Perhaps I am not asking for authority, you understand. I am hoping to get that after. But surely the opening negotiations may be made by me if the encounter may be non-hostile.
You may open negotiations as a representative of the Mailed Fist Knights, but the final decision lies with me.
I do not have the authority, obviously, to speak for the knights. I want to make this clear, though. Like, I am first and foremost a judge and diplomat.
Mm-hmm.
Though if you want something burned, I am very good at that too.
That's fine. As long as you understand that I hold the final say with regards to judicial and diplomatic matters.
Leans into the sprite and whispers loudly, I need to keep that one away from my steaks. I don't like them burnt.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Steaks are perfectly made when they are medium rare, not charbroiled. If you eat them charbroiled, you are wrong.
Please,
now I
is that
want-
something you can eat?
God, now I want steak.
Personally, I like mine laid in the sun for a few days.
Okay, you reason.
I like my steak dry aged. Stan replies.
To each their own.
Although
I also like my steaks inside of a vampire.
a vampire.
You know, stick them in the chest. Steak.
You see Stan visibly facepalm. Oh
Bush
boy,
simply rustles a little.
this is going to be a long mission. Alright.
This is going to be the greatest mission ever.
Well, here's to hoping that it goes well. Okay. And now, do you have any other questions for me?
Where are we
Yeah.
sleeping tonight?
You'll be sleeping in that tent over there. She points over to one of the miscellaneous tents that have been set up for adventurers. Although, naturally, once the assault begins, you'll be sleeping in the city. Ideally, using one of the buildings already in the city. Hopefully, you won't have to set up tents.
I was just talking about tonight. Wherever I put my boots up, that's gonna be home, I guess.
What is the mailed fist's opinion on puns?
Puns?
You
What's a
know,
pun?
as in looks them over. Night to meet you.
You hear Sir Stern visibly, audibly cringe, but her lieutenant standing next to her chuckles and she shoots him a stern look. Puns
I
are
mean,
not illegal.
oh good, because then I would be in a very much amount of trouble.
You're not out of trouble yet.
I will be taking my rest outside.
I have one more very important question.
Yes?
I assume you wish this town to be structurally intact, correct?
Of course. We are trying to retake and liberate the city, after all.
I will try to do my best to control my flames, as it were.
That will be appreciated. We do understand that some collateral will be unavoidable, but if possible, do not.
Yeah, but we're not trying to set the entire fucking city on fire.
Yeah, although to be fair,
that
it would
is-
appear that someone already has set part of the city on fire.
Those
Ish.
bastards.
You're just mad they beat you to it.
Yes, I mean, no, I am not mad.
we will request that you do not set more of the city on fire if you can avoid it. We truly we don't know who has set those sections of the city on fire, but
Well,
hopefully
if you
we'll
give me
find out.
enough beer, I'll put it out with my stream of justice.
Are you that competent about your penis?
No, just that in my bladder.
Phrase I never thought I would say. Now, who am I kidding?
Well, will there be any other questions?
I don't have any.
None? Alright. You may attend to whatever preparations you need to before tomorrow. If you require supplies, speak to the lieutenant here and they'll pass your message off to the quartermaster. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go brief my soldiers. The system gives you a bow and marches off, leaving the lieutenant with you. Right?
Beer me.
Beer you?
Beer me. Hold up, mug. Beer me. I need beer.
Right now? Okay. Quartermaster, we need beer here.
Actually, I will go with you. I could use a nice cup of mead.
I'm planning to bring him here.
Yes, you can enjoy that swill.
Ah, tasty swill.
I have opinions on beer. None of them are good.
The lieutenant kind of looks at you guys slightly worried. Are you guys gonna be drunk all night?
No, I am merely having just a singular cup. I don't need to be the plaster.
I'm only gonna have a gallon or two. Of course I won't be drunk. I need to be ready for tomorrow.
Okay. Whatever you say, Mr. Cordrum. Well, if you truly want that much beer, you could go over to the makeshift mess hall over there. They might have a couple of kegs set up already. He points
Stomps
off
in that direction.
He points off towards one section of the fort camp where makeshift mess area has been set up. They're serving decent food. Well, of course, it's easy to prepare food. It's lots of stews and potatoes, simple meats, and herbs.
Marge?
Marge?
More orange?
Orange? You could probably find fresh oranges at the cafeteria. You're not that.
Okay.
Yeah, especially
Is there any thick greenery nearby?
the greenery. You look around you, and besides the small clearing that makes up the fort, the forest is still quite vibrant and lush, surrounding the rear of the fort. So yes, you will find a lot of greenery around the fort. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
Yes. Eva will be looking at a place to stay as the bush rustles out, seamlessly disappears.
Just remember, we're setting out first light tomorrow, he calls off after the disappearing bush.
Hmm.
Um,
Eva will be trying to scale a tree and just chill where sunlight hits.
I do want to
Good.
visit the quartermaster for something.
Alright, sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Quartermaster. Do you happen to have marbles?
Marbles?
Or ball bearings?
I'm afraid marbles are a little. They're not. Nobody thought to bring marbles, but we do have ball bearings.
Excellent. How many do you have?
How many do you need? We have sacks of them.
I would like 1 sack, please.
Very well. I guess we could let you have one of these. How much would it cost a sack of ball bearings?
I don't know. Let me find out.
A bag of marbles is 2 silver pieces.
Bag of marbles is 2 silver. Nothing on ball bearings?
You must understand the amount I'm looking for.
How large of a sack are you going for?
Remember, you got to be able to carry this said sack.
Yes, you do.
And metal ball bearings are a bit heavier.
Oh no.
The bag
Oh
of
no. So, look, I just want enough to cover like 20 feet. I want to make it. Look.
Okay, thinking of the amount, it says here a sack of marbles costs 2 silver, and it's a bag of 200 marbles. That's a lot. So we'll just repurpose this.
And it only covers an adjacent square.
Pour marbles and empty. Wait, 200 marbles only covers a 5x5 square? Really?
Yeah, I'm looking for like 1,000. And we
That's
can
something you'd
deliver.
find normally.
Huh. Alright, that's gonna be a very large sack of ball bearings.
Who goes around carrying 1,000 ball bearings?
I'm going to rule that if you want, you can.
I would like to refer you to fucking Penny Whistle.
Okay, I'm going to rule that you can carry a sack of 1,000 ball bearings that will cover a 20-foot square, but that is going to be bulk too heavy because of how much shit is in that sack. The sack is basically as large as you.
So how much is that?
That will be 1 gold piece.
Okay. Done.
Can you add the sack of ball bearings to your own character sheet, or do I have to do it for you?
I'm already doing it now.
If you can do it for yourself, then okay, feel free to do it. Don't let the sack fall on you. If she wanted to, she could use the sack as a makeshift club if she really wanted to. Although she's a wizard, so I doubt she's strong enough to do it. You sure you gonna carry all that okay, miss?
Yes.
All right, if you say so. The quartermaster kind of rolls his eyes a bit, but chooses not to push the matter further. He's been ordered to work with the adventurers, no matter how eccentric they may be. And
Look, there were other things I wanted, but the other things I can't afford.
well, maybe he'll be able to find something in the city.
Actually, I have one more question.
Yes,
Do you have soap?
we do have soap.
How much is soap in Pathfinder 2? You know, hang on, let me find
Soap is 2 copper pieces for a bar of soap.
it. That's what I thought it was going to be.
Fairly cheap, fairly easy to find and buy. And yes, this military operation would definitely have soap on hand.
Sometimes it's on ropes, sometimes it's not.
Oh, fuck it. I'll just use all 10. Coins. Okay. Alright, done. That's all I need.
Alright. May
I
the
bought
be your
5
hand
bars of
guide you.
soap. 5 more bars of soaps.
How many bars?
5.
5, okay.
I have totals of 6 now.
Uh-huh.
So much soap.
I'm kind of worried about what she's gonna do with them, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna wait and see.
Imagine dropping all 6 of them.
I'm trying to figure out which way the joke is supposed to go, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna think too much about it.
Relax, it's not that deep. Unless it is.
You drop 6 soaps, and then 6 people appear behind you.
One way to summon.
That's an idea. Bar of soap summoning cursed item.
Oh lord.
Nah, I'm not gonna
That's
create
an
that. now.
amazing character.
It's not a character, it's a curse item, but maybe next time.
Hmm.
Don't drop the soap in front of the rioters. There may be rioters, there may be none. You won't know until you enter the city tomorrow.
Hmm. I don't care for horses.
Horses?
Yes, they don't like. We don't like horses.
It's highly unlikely that there's going to be mounted combat in the city because, you know, city streets. But you never know. Right, is there anything else of note that any members of the party want to do? We know what Cordrum's doing, we know what Eva's doing. Lady Duvor has acquired soap and a giant sack of ball bearings.
At this point, I would probably be going to rest.
Mm-hmm. Right. The party settles in for what promises to be an interesting adventure, to say the least. The day is mostly uneventful. Of course, animals and whatever bandits may have existed in the forest would definitely give the fort a wide berth considering all the activity going on. Some of the adventurers are rowdy, but being that they are under the watchful gaze of the Imperial Knights, they do cam it in a little bit. Aside from a few raised voices, most of the adventurers do retire for a peaceful night. And then the next morning, the army has roused everyone up. The attack is going to begin at first dawn, which means everyone is expected to be marching towards the city before dawn. Does anyone have trouble getting out? Looking at Kajam?
No, I don't have a problem. Though I do make sure I shake the bush before I go peeing in it. Don't want it getting irritated.
It's cocaine in your cup.
Cocaine in your cup? System asks about the song. At this point, System is helmeted, so her voice is slightly muffled under her helmet, but you can still hear her clearly for the most part. The march is fairly short and uneventful. The plains separating the city of Lordwall from the forest edge is not that large. Within about half an hour, the party and System and her squad of male fist knights, assorted support soldiers and slaves have arrived in front of the gate. That is to be their entry point. Right, let me swap you guys over to the map. Right, you guys will be here. Let me put you guys on the map. There we go. If anyone cannot see the city, feel free to let me know.
I can see it just fine.
You can see it just fine. Right.
So, for reference, I would be riding on the dwarf helmet. Because spread.
I wouldn't notice the weight.
Whatever you prefer.
It is just a tiny sprite on top of the dwarf's still wearing a sundress and eating an orange.
And do always assume Eva is mostly hidden, or wherever there is greenery will be there.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are we on cobblestone streets?
You are. Right. As System and the party approaches the city, she reminds you all. We will be at your back. However, we will not be assisting you during battle. Instead, we'll be charged with making sure that nobody ambushes you from the rear. In addition, we will secure strong points as you clear them out. So, good luck. Oh, by the way, if you do need to confer with us for any reason, simply wait and wave the flag with the male fist heraldry back at us. A scout should spot it and will call for me. Any other questions? No? Okay.
I'm
No.
probably just using the heraldry as like a half shoulder cape.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Just across one shoulder.
That's fine. Okay, yes. The city, as you approach it from the outside, looks fairly normal, to be honest. The city walls are still standing, they still look strong. Although, where you would expect there to be guards watching the gates, instead, there is no one. The city gates, the city gate that your party has been assigned is wide open, with nary a soul watching over it.
For the record,
Hmm?
I'm casting Mage Armor.
Mage armor. Alright. Noted. Feel free to mark it on your character. The cobblestone road travels up the road, giving way to smaller dirt paths along the sides. Despite the fact that the cobblestone road is clearly, intentionally, and really well paved and maintained, roots have started to append parts of the road leading up the main street. Vines are growing all over the walls, covering many of the houses. It almost looks like it, with how overgrown and how much the trees and their roots have messed up the cobblestone road, you would think that the city has been abandoned for a year. But no, the city has only been lost for 3 months. It's quite jarring to see relatively clean and intact buildings covered in vines. Yeah, sure, the buildings do have some weathering and wear and tear, but not nearly the amount that you would expect to see with how overgrown they are. Something has accelerated the growth of plant life here, and it's been accelerated rapidly. And something of note. You guys were able to hear this just as soon as you walk in through the gates. You can hear animals in the distance. Crickets, birds. You think you hear some distant dogs or wolves, you can't really tell. Off in the distance, towards the west.
I'd like to this feels druidy to me. Could I roll something to determine if this was...
You can roll a knowledge check. Let me double check the knowledge skills.
Nature?
It's lore. Lore. Was it nature or primal? Lore, nature. Yes, nature. Let's see. 9. Okay.
She doesn't look druish to me.
And
well,
so it begins.
well, let me see how easy would it be to how easy would it be to identify this? Okay. This is very basic knowledge, so I will just give it to you. It's definitely nature magic. Whatever has gone on here, someone proficient with nature magic has casted some kind of spell or ritual to speed up the growth of plant life here, and not only once. It's been cast. You get the feeling that it's been casted multiple times.
I'm out.
I believe we are dealing with some sort of plant growth magic. It may be a deterrent, or perhaps obstacles. I don't know. I have good news though. Plants burn.
Let's see.
Dried plants burn. Wet plants smolder.
With lush forests like this, I'm just gonna give this to you. It's wet wood. It's not gonna burn very easily. If you really wanted to, you could try to set fire to the trees, but it's gonna take effort. This isn't a dry savanna. This is lush forest that you're walking into.
Why would we burn the forest?
I just want you to picture just a large, her head turning and just the sounds of creaking. Fire.
So
Lots
each of
of
those
fire.
green circles is a vine growing up through the
No,
cobblestones, correct?
each of those green circles is a tree that is either growing in dirt through one of the side lanes or appears to have started growing out of the cobblestone.
Trust me, I've seen trees grow through cracks in concrete.
Mm-hmm.
I speak for the trees. They tell me to break your knees.
No, Lorax, don't listen to the voices.
Lushy says.
Now, apparently, Leslie says hit a bunch of cans.
That was Kaz. I know Kaz's collection of cans.
I
Yeah,
bet
they
you
tend to
do.
complete.
Alright. So Sister
How do you want us
Mennonites.
to proceed as far as moving across here with our characters?
Feel free to walk forward like every like 30 feet at a time.
We can't.
You don't have to.
You have to unpause.
Oh wait, crap. How do I do that?
Space bar.
The pause button.
There has to be a button that I can.
I mean, there is an unpause button, but I don't want to go into the GM menu right now.
It's in the GM menu?
No, I mean... fuck it, hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Give me a
I'll,
second.
Sorry,
I'll,
way too late.
And no, I'm not trying to be stealthy. Just like a stroll through the neighborhood.
Mhm.
With full plate and having a huge axe on your back.
That's
I'd
fine.
actually like to be a bit more stealthy.
Oh, I can be a distraction.
I will be damn near invisible.
I
Thank you.
will require you to try to position yourself at least relative to where Lucky is. Use Lucky as a yardstick for where the party is generally. Alright.
I do try and stay behind everyone, however.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'd be, like, hiding behind this.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to roll stealth.
You do not have to, right now at least.
I
As
am
you-
one with the vines.
As you enter the city, you take in the strange sights of buildings overgrown with vines. You are starting to see some signs of disrepair, like the occasional broken door. Some buildings, a building might have a random hole in it. What caused the hole, you don't know.
Excuse me. I believe these buildings are religious. They're quite holy.
Ugh, ah. Even though System didn't hear that, you can feel her psychic groan.
Would it be Swiss cheese or Gruyere?
Yeah, feel free to walk ahead. You hear animals around you, but nothing that appears to be so close that they would endanger you.
I can almost imagine the goblin doing this like tumble roll to go across the street, trying to be less, visible.
No,
The goblin
no.
with her huge tits.
Right.
No,
well,
the perfect thing
like a
is
tumbleweed.
they're hiding behind the wall. Boobs too big. Like,
Yeah, boobs are
is that?
sticking out.
I'm definitely hidden now. In the dwarf's beard. Does that
If you
work?
find any of last night's dinner, I'm saving that for later.
No.
Delicious.
That's the purpose of a beard. It's to hold extra food.
Alright, Lucky. As you walk up, you start to hear distant voices. They're not really trying to keep themselves hidden. So you've trained them out fairly easily. You see what appears to be two elves engage in some kind of conversation. You're a bit too far to make out what they're saying though.
Oh, look. Elves ahead. Not those nimble
I-
kind.
I love the images you used.
Glad you
I
enjoyed.
know what both of these are from too.
One's from Duralis and Associates. That's the top one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Drawn together. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
drawn
just
together.
Oh no, that was drawn together?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, right. It's been forever since I've seen that.
Yeah. Is this a door right here, or like some sort of a structure
which one?
right here?
That appears to be a front porch, an entranceway to this building.
Hmm.
And if you're looking for a door for this building. It is exactly. Let me draw it up for you. It is here. Just an entrance doorway.
What's in this building? Is the door open or closed?
The door is closed, and do you try the door?
No, not yet. Can I try and sneak up to over here and listen to what they're saying?
Sneak up to over. Where?
Right here. This corner.
There. All right. You can give it a shot. You're currently deep in conversation, so yeah, they're not really paying attention to the road down your way. You can try to sneak up. Feel free to roll a stealth check. And let
roll that
me.
stealth. Oh no.
Oh God.
Now here's the funny thing. I'm just gonna try to sneak up to this tree. And let's see what my stealth roll is. Skills.
I'm only asking this because I know you, Ganon, as a player. Are you carrying any food?
God damn it.
Anything
you know
that's
me.
anything that's particularly nice smelling as food? I'm not talking about just generic rations.
I didn't have enough gold. So, as much as I want to give you a yes answer, the only thing I have is rations right now.
Rations, okay.
You got
If-
soap on you?
I got a lot of soap.
Actually, the soap might give you away.
6 bars worth. Could be something.
Give me a
stealth-
second.
Stealthier and full plate than the goblin.
Okay, to be fair, I rolled a 1. I did really bad.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
full
I'm
Notice
gonna.
the
plate
modifier
only-
is only 2 worse.
Yeah, your full play gives you -1 clumsy?
No. The large-sized battle axe gives me -1 clumsy.
Huh.
All right. This
It's
is.
part of my instinct, barbarian instinct giant. I've got oversized weapon.
Let me see.
I bet you do. Honk, honk.
I'm gonna practice this right now. Where the hell is the perception button on this damn thing?
It's first character sheet, main page. Actually, it's on any page.
You know what? I'm just going to use the initiative because that's basically the same as perception. He's getting a
I
plus.
didn't beard. That's a shitty roll.
He's getting a.
I did not very well hidden in a beard.
He's getting a
Plus, your
plus.
beard is too small.
Roll. Okay, yeah, he. The elves don't spot you, but unfortunately for you, the elves aren't alone. There is what appears to be a pet lynx that the elf is petting while he's conversing with the other elf, and the lynx's ears perk up, and he appears to be sniffing the air in your general direction. You can hear him growling, and this elf is like, "What is it, Boopsy?" And he turns to look down the street and spots your boob sticking out from the side of the side of the building. Come on, sweetie. We can see you.
I'm no, hang on, character voice. Hello. Uh, are you civilians? What is with can I pet your cat?
You see the elf in the front turn to the elf at the back, and they appear to exchange a look and turn back to you. Oh, of course. Come on up. Oopsie loves being pet. Come on.
Do I see this from where I am?
Where did you put yourself?
Oh, I did not move an inch after that.
Okay, yeah, you do.
Though,
All right.
Kaz, you might want to move to my beard. You're still left in the street.
Oops.
I'd like to I'd like to kind of roll a sense motive on these guys. Rather a diplomacy or something.
There is a sense motive action. Sense motive is a specific action.
I will be drawing my firearm.
Now look, we don't need to get
let me
all hands here.
Let me see. I'm going to import the sense motive entry. So if you refer to the items list, 5th button from the right, you can find sense motive.
Oh, no. That's it.
Oh, don't worry. Boopsy doesn't bite. Don't you, Boopsy? And the elf pets his pet lynx.
Are you sure? Because I don't see it.
Hang on. If that is configure ownership, right? Owner. Okay. Save changes. Okay, now everyone should be able to see the sense motive button.
Okay, it's a perception check then.
Mm-hmm.
20?
20 versus let's see, did I give these guys let me see here. They did not get any bonuses in that, so okay, so I'm gonna okay, you get the feeling that okay, wow, let me check something. Crits in Pathfinder work very differently, right?
Yes.
Do they work on skill checks?
Give me a second. And I don't like
Yes.
the way that you just said that.
They do. Since you can
But
critically
not
fail
necessarily
tasks.
for... Oh, wait.
Can you crit succeed a skill roll?
I believe so.
You can crit success climb and stuff.
Alright. In that case, so you beat, and the only thing needed to crit is a plus 10 on the versus, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. Yeah. This you read him like an open book. You know how cats have that whole love mauling thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He fully intends to sick his links on you.
Oh. Well, I see. Fire!
Do I hear this?
I'm
Okay.
casting a flaming sphere from my staff.
Alright. All right.
So should we be rolling initiative checks?
This is what's going to happen because Ganon beat this attempt to lie so well. I'm going to give Ganon the free cast of the flaming sphere first before combat starts, and then you guys roll initiative. So Ganon, cast your flaming sphere.
Let me grab my staff of fire. Oh. Oh no. Let me check. You know, I've changed my mind.
Hmm?
I'm going to not cast that. Yeah, no, you know what? Fuck it. I need to do it. Could I take one step closer just to get here?
I will allow that.
Okay.
Flaming sphere.
They need to make a reflex saving
Must
throw.
be support surface. Create a sphere of flame. In that square. One reflex save. Alright. Let me.
Can I draw the square? Because I know exactly where I want to put it.
I'm going to create an actor for you so that you can move this, right? Sphere deals
I
creatures.
want to put that square right there. Right between them.
I think you gotta put it inside of an actual square, not at the
Yeah,
intersection of squares.
Yeah, I don't think you can create a flaming sphere between two squares like that. So pick which square you want the flaming sphere to be in.
Oh, I'm gonna do it on the cat then.
On the cat? Alright,
Yeah, because he wants to hit me with his stupid cat.
go for it.
You need to make that reflex save.
In that case, the cat makes a reflex save. Let's see. There's nothing here. Public roll. He fails. So roll
Does
damage.
he fail by 10 or more?
Oops. No, that's. It was a 14. Sorry, I changed it back
So
to.
no. So he takes. Oh man, I rolled like shit for that roll.
Ow.
Takes 6 fire damage.
Alright.
And are we rolling?
Yep, initiative. Let me see. I need to do something here. Encounter not started.
You'll need to start the encounter first.
Yeah. Reset initiative. How do I determine what's in the encounter?
Hold on.
Or do I just begin the encounter and then roll initiative? Hang on, let me see. Can I?
I'm not looking. Well, but what you do is go to the encounter tab.
Yeah.
Let's see. Select this guy. I believe I add him to the initiative. Yep. Okay. So you're gonna click on everything and then add them to the initiative.
How do I add them to initiative?
Okay. So click. I've got
Toggle
one on the-
combat state. Is that it? Yeah, toggle combat state. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Right, why is that
I'm gonna
not visible? Alright, so toggle combat state. I'm going to toggle combat state on everyone. Um, yeah, I'm trying to click on Cass's token, but you're underneath. Cass, could you move your token to the side so that we'll say that you're on Lucky? Alright, okay, everyone has entered combat state.
Roll initiative?
Yeah, roll initiative.
I've already rolled, but I'm gonna edit my initiative. Why does it not
Oh.
change? I rolled a 22. There we go. Updated.
Reroll initiative.
I'm just gonna remove this one. There we go.
And right, okay, everyone has rolled initiative, right?
Yes.
Right. So
Hello, you do not need to be doing this. We could be friends if you do not attack me.
yeah, yeah.
After you cast the flaming spear on him.
Okay, first, he was going to send his fucking thing after me. Secondly, zip zop zoobity bop.
Yeah. Okay. Boopsy. How far is this? You hear the elf say, "Get it, Boopsy," and Boopsy charges at you.
The magic
Using
number you're looking for is 18.
using
No, actually no. Yeah, 18.
pounce. Unfortunately, the leopard was not hit. Not leopard. The lynx was not hidden. So yeah, Boopsy is going to give you some love mauling, and Boopsy
Nope.
fails. Okay, it's gonna try second attack.
That'll do it.
I'll do it. Damage is 6.
Let me check how concentration works in 5e or Pathfinder. Fuck. Okay, so I just need to maintain it. It looks like.
No rolls for maintaining concentration or anything. Cass, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Something interrupts.
Sorry. I didn't think you guys would hear it.
Concentration check. Okay. Wait, is this 2e or 5th? Oh, that's first edition.
Let me see if I can. I'm not seeing anything that requires concentration. Maybe spell disruption, but can disrupt an action, blah blah blah.
I need to get the boat.
I'm not seeing anything about spell concentration. Pathfinder 2E spell concentration. The only way concentration can be disrupted is if you take damage equal greater than your level from a reaction or free triggered by this action. Your spell is disrupted. In particular, okay, so once the spell is already cast, the spell cannot be disrupted outside of special abilities that specifically disrupt spells.
Okay, then yeah, then it's up.
Yeah, your mage armor gets maintained as long as you spend the action to maintain it. And technically you can maintain multiple spells. You just have to spend an action to maintain each spell in turn. The only time where damage appears to interrupt a spell is when a spell is in the process of being cast and someone interrupts it with something like an attack of opportunity. If you take damage equal or greater than your level from a reaction, your spell is disrupted and dismissed. But that's only in the act of casting the spell.
Actually, what did it roll to hit me?
21.
18, 19, 20. Oh, fuck, it still just hit my AC.
Right, third attack?
No.
Miss. Alright, that is Boopsy's turn. We're next up, White. Here I go.
All right. I'm looking at the fella at the far back.
The fella at the far back? Right.
That one.
Mhm. You can see that that fella at the far back is armed with a bow. A short bow.
And that.
Just so you know, that was a private
yeah,
roll.
don't private roll
Oh, was
combat
it?
dice. Yeah.
Well, it was a 27.
27. Okay, yeah, you let me see. His AC is you do not crit, but you beat his AC.
Okay.
Roll damage.
I hope that one was not private.
It was, but
Oh,
if you click the damage button from the private roll, it might have continued to
it's
private.
because it was on. No, it was on self roll.
Oh,
It was a 7.
7. Right. Right, that's your first attack.
Yes.
What else?
And my second. Hey, I believe I need to reload.
Yes, you do. Arquebus is a single shot rifle.
I will use one action to reload. And for my last action, I will be going again. 19.
You beat his AC. Roll damage.
Another
Another
7.
7. Alrighty then. Right, you hear the elves recall. Holy shit, they have guns!
And I thought elves were just and liked nature. Too bad these ones lie.
I'm
That'll
being
be my
attacked
turn.
By a kitty.
Well, you did fireball the kitty. All right. Okay, here's the thing. Let me see. He's going to know exactly where the shots came from because you fired twice.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what is range? How is range increment calculated? Pathfinder 2E. Range increment. Range penalty. Each additional beyond the first. Right. He takes a -4 if he wants to try to shoot back at the. Oh. Okay, no, you know what? This elf is going to duck here.
Does he see me though?
He definitely sees you after hearing the shocks ring out. Yeah, there's no way you're still hidden.
All right.
He sees the bush.
Yeah, he's gonna shoot into the bush. That's 2 range increments. He's gonna return fire. Untyped.
So does the bush provide the concealment bonus?
I think that's gonna be a penalty with the tree.
I'm going to rule that he knows exactly where you are. You fired twice. So he's gonna be like, that plot shot me!
Yes, that meets my AC.
Alright. Damage is 6 damage. He's gonna roll second time. -4.
Short was a range increment of 60 feet.
Oh wait, shit.
Yes.
No, that doesn't hit you. Sorry, my bad. Your AC is 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that doesn't hit you. That misses. I forgot to click the add button. So, yeah. He tries to hit you again. Misses. He tries one more time.
Wouldn't that be
No,
three
no.
actions?
Yeah, that's 3 actions. Fuck. Brutal beating.
Move,
Yep.
shoot.
Yep, either way, he's done. He's done. Alright, Ganon. Ganon, I need you to make me a perception check. Strictly perception. Perception 11. And this, I want this to be a right. Okay, you may take your turn.
I'd really like to get a.
You have a link smalling your face.
Yeah, that Lynx needs to make another reef. Wait, hold on. Concentrating, moving the spell. Actually, do I have to concentrate on? Yep. No, I don't need to concentrate on mage armor because it's not a concentration spell. Okay, then I can do this. Okay. Yeah, I'm moving.
Oh, by the way, Did you get hit twice by the leopard?
No, I only got hit once.
Okay, yeah, yep, yeah, you can move. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm moving the flaming sphere here.
Mm-hmm.
That's concentrate action number 1. Action number 2 is you know what? Yeah, I am gonna do that. I'm going to cast the cantrip shield.
Alright, so it's on the links again, right? So another reflex save, was it?
I believe that's on its turn.
Squares such as...
The spear deals 3d6 fire damage to each creature in the square where it first appears. Each creature must make a basic reflex saving throw. Yep. Yep. It needs to make another reflex save, actually, yes.
Right now? Okay. Reflex.
That's not going to do it.
Mm-hmm. Roll damage.
Yep. Just damage. 11 damage.
Ooh. Oh. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, that hurt the cat. It is really low. Meow! And the owls are like, no, Boopsie!
Bye.
Right. Was that your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. Lucky, yeah.
Mr. Dwarf, might I suggest delaying your action to after mine?
Can I do that?
You can delay your action, but in effect, you move down in.
I would go after cat. I would
Yeah.
move down to 8.
Yeah. You permanently move down to 1 below cast 7. Do you want to do that?
No, it'd be 8.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sure.
Alright. Let me adjust your turn update. So Lucky has delayed, which means it's hang on. So now it's the ruffian's turn. The elven ruffian. Let's see. He's the one who's been looking after Boopsie. What can he do? He's gonna have to double move to reach.
I don't know if he knows I'm there.
I'm gonna be frank. He spotted you. he made the perception roll.
That's fine.
Um.
I never saw the numbers, so I wasn't aware.
Alright. He's going to use double move and engage both of you. Alright. Yeah.
No. He's passing through the flaming sphere to do that move.
Alright. He can go around it. He can easily go around it. So, yeah. I'm going to move him over here, but he's assume he's on this. Actually, you know what, Cass? I'm gonna put you here. Is that okay?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. You over there. He's going to go over there and be really angry at the goblin that's setting his cat on fire.
Link, no! I am so sorry. Could you? Wait, did he run in a direct line?
No,
Damn.
He ran around the sphere.
I already brought that up.
Yeah. He's
Hello,
going
but-
to try to shove his spear up your ass. For
That is
hitting his
not
poopsie.
Plus.
Yeah, okay, he
By
fails.
the way,
I see.
I'm not seeing what the dice roll is. Just so you know.
Ah, fuck.
Oh
Hang on.
shit! I must be in
Did you
GM
do?
layer.
Yes.
Yeah,
you
I
are.
forgot. I forgot to unhide it. Sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know.
No, I think I'm in GM mode because I was trying to. Yep, I was in GM mode.
Adam's cheating.
Please. Yep. Okay. Alright.
Oh, but that was his turn. He couldn't do anything else. Cass, it's your turn.
Mr.
Yes.
Elf,
We're gonna turn you into fucking trees!
Ironic.
That's
So,
what you get
what
for
am I
hurting
doing?
Boopsie.
Yeah, I'm gonna be slapping the dwarf. And casting
Oh, wow.
enlarge on the dwarf.
Oh, God.
Luckily, I already got Clumsy One, so Clumsy One doesn't do anything more to me.
Beefcake.
So yeah, you become large, and your equipment grows with you, including your
That's an
axe,
even
bow.
bigger axe. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ginormous.
Let me set your size to large. How do I? Acquisition. All right, I know how to do that. Oh, wait, is
You know, I just left.
I think I know how to do it. I can drag the enlarged thing over to my
Oh, yeah.
conditions
yeah, do it.
for effects.
Do it. Oh!
Whoa.
Okay, yeah, move yourself towards the left. There you go.
And I'm
Hey,
gonna
that's
be
neat that he even increased the token sizes.
Yep.
Yeah. For once, the elf is looking up at the dwarf.
right
Be
gonna
five
jump
fold bum.
back.
I'm gonna stick my thumb up your bum.
I love it.
Wait. Do I jump off?
Your call?
Hamburger.
If you choose to stay on lucky, put yourself like over here so that we can see you.
Yeah. Actually, debating what to do. Can I take a 5 feet movement and attack?
How many actions does it take to?
2 action to cast enlarge.
5 feet movement is an action point.
Yes.
So
It is an action.
yeah,
Striding is a full action no matter how much.
yeah. The only thing that 5 feet step allows you to do that's special is that it allows you to avoid attack of opportunities if the enemy has any.
Right, which like 95% of enemies don't in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna demount and like jump back somewhere over there.
Hi. I think this is going to be the first time the ruffian notices you. What? They've got sprites too? What the fuck? You're supposed to be helping us! Don't you love trees? You plant man! Help us! Stop shooting! Kill the goblin bitch! I assume that was your turn.
You know what? I was going to be nice to you. I'm gonna set your entire fucking woods on fire.
Haha, good
Trees
luck with
do
that!
not do that.
That wasn't French. I was going. No, hang on. Voulez-vous goûter aleka? Donc quoi?
She's on fire a giant broccoli, giant grilled broccoli, right?
Broccoli.
So,
I don't speak gobble language. The elf yells at you. And yes,
I've got
Lucky's
an
turn.
axe to chop down the trees. I got an axe, I'm gonna chop some trees. I'm going to enrage. What do I just drag this over here? I don't know if I. Maybe I didn't do that right.
Hmm?
Well, I was assuming it would like bring up a thing that.
Let me
Oh,
see.
right. Enlarge is blood magic. Forgot to say so. Meaning, I actually gain a +1 status bonus to intimidation check for 1 round.
Intimidation check, alright. Lucky, I've added a rage action in the items list. I want you to click that and drag that onto your character sheet. Raging is a
Well,
single
no,
action point.
I've got rage in the actions. It's just
Uh-huh.
clicking on it just opens up a bar and then goes affect rage.
Mhm. And then you need to click on the effect rage onto your character sheet, I believe, or the token.
Right.
There you go. You got it.
So that's one action.
Mhm.
Now to hit him with the axe. Making sure it's public roll, yes.
By the way, enlarge gives you a +2 bonus to melee damage.
Yes.
Right.
Right, that's versus Spelf. You hit his AC. Roll damage. 17. Oh my god. Yeah, he definitely felt that. He's like, ah! He's still alive, but he felt that.
So that was second action. And
Yep.
then I hit the map -5 one
Yep.
for the second.
Yes. You hit. Roll damage.
For more damage.
Oh god. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you take his head off. He's dead.
Elves are trees.
His head just comes clean off. Dead. Is that your turn?
No, that's my third action. Rage, chop, chop.
Yeah. So that was your turn. Right. You hear the remaining elves scream out, "Get him, Mittens!" And Lucky, I need you to roll a perception check. Okay, stand by.
Crappy roll.
I believe it was. Yes, it was that. Okay, you failed to spot the second lynx that was behind the tree.
Did he really yell, "Get him, Mittens"?
Yeah. Oopsie and Mittens. The two.
Yeah, we've heard boop before, which means that we
Oops. That's
might not
why am I
see
doing?
that there's Mittens, but we know there's a Mittens somewhere.
Well, the point is that you guys didn't. Oh god damn it! How can I get rid of this thing? What the fuck am I doing?
What have you done?
I don't know.
You cast
killed
fireball.
You know what? Ignore that. If you see a blue circle there, ignore that.
Cast
On
fireball.
my screen, I'm only seeing a little dot.
Yeah, ignore that. Fucking. Yeah, the way spotting works in this game is that, or at least staying hidden works in this game is that, until the end of the attack action, things are considered hidden. It's kind of like catching you by surprise. Alright, is that a cat? God damn it, fucking comes out from behind the tree and pounces on the very big dwarf. See, hidden if the level.
Hello, Kitty. I'm gonna pet you and hug you and love you and call you George.
Alright, seeing creature. Creature hidden form is flat-footed to you.
I cannot be flat-footed. That's a barbarian ability.
Ah, god damn it. Oh well. This cat is about to be very sad then. He's gonna try to pounce you. Because you're hidden. Because he was hidden from you, but you're not flat-footed, so he's going to try to bite you. I assume that miss.
That misses. My current AC is 19.
He's gonna. That was his. Okay, he has one more attack. Gonna try to swipe at you. Nope. He rolls like hot shit. Okay, well, that was Mitten's turn, and now back up to the top. Now it's Boopsy. Boopsy is angry that his owner is dead. So
Sorry, not sorry.
I'm just gonna put the owner right over there, and he's gonna attack the meanie who chopped off his owner's head. So he's going to try to. He moved one. He's going. Hang on, let me check the.
I should say, I'm not flat-footed as long as they're my level or lower.
Oh yeah, these are definitely lower than your level. Okay, so he does have pounce, so he's able to attack as part of his movement. He tries to bite you, misses. The fuck am I rolling? 2. Okay. He's gonna try to bite you again. He
Flank.
rolls hot garbage. He's gonna try to swipe you. Blah. Now I roll high. Oh well. That was Boopsy's turn. And now White.
Right. I will be using an action to reload.
I
That-
like
And
it
then
when
I
the
will-
enemies come to me.
Once again fire at the very same person.
Oil?
Yes.
Okay, stand by. I need to check. Cover is a +2, right?
I believe there are like 3 types of covers.
Yeah, lesser. Use an obstacle, make it harder to attack you, behind cover. Standard gives you, he has... I'm going to say he has standard cover. But... let me see, if he has standard cover, his AC becomes that... Okay, you failed to meet his AC.
Alright. Then I will use my last action to covered reload.
Covered reload.
Yes.
Okay. That's his turn. He's going to give up shooting at the little tree and instead shoot at that guy, the big giant dwarf that the cats are having problems with. So, let's see, he's going to fire once, misses, fire again, misses, fire one more, misses. All 3 arrows go wide. God damn, these elves suck ass.
You bring shame to marksmanship.
Well, Ganon's turn.
Well,
I thought elves were supposed to be good at aiming bows.
I'm moving it to this one, so that one needs to make a reflex save.
Which one? Pink?
Top one.
Top one. Alright, top one gets a reflex save. It's that one, yes. No circumstance bonus. Fails.
Oh, you're lucky. It almost critically failed.
God damn, I'm holding hot garbage.
As per usual.
Yeah. All things as they should be. And
No,
why?
no, I don't take 11 damage.
It's fine. The 11 damage is meant for the links, right?
No, I need to roll again. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, and finally, White is not rolling hot garbage.
Yes. It's been so long. I get to play the game.
Just back, take it away, and then roll damage. 18 points of damage.
Wow!
There we
You
go.
hear the cat go, yeah! Still alive, but barely. Yeah! Yeah!
What for?
Well, not much left. There's still some though. Okay, that was your sustain.
No, I'm not done.
Yep,
That's
that
my-
was a sustain. What else?
I need to check something. I'm just looking at a specific spell right now.
Alright.
Yeah, I need spell. I'm going to move right here and then
Mhm.
cast shield as my last action.
Shield. Alright.
Yep.
Okay. That was Ganon's turn. That
Yep.
elf is missing a head. Now Cass.
Okay. My character's gonna smile creepily at the elf over there and cast Bone Shaker
Bone shaker.
What?
using 3 actions.
Wow.
The elf has to succeed a fortitude save of 19.
Okay. He aces it.
Great success.
He's unaffected. That's great. Didn't do anything.
Well,
Like
you-
quite literally, critical success. Character rolled a 20. Fuck you, kitty.
well, you used up his crit on a save.
Yeah, I wasted on that 3 action. Yeah, that's gonna be the end of my turn.
I'll be right back. I need to grab my cat.
Ah. Right, that was Cass's turn. Lucky. Yurko.
Is there a way of like designating which target I'm attacking, or
You just tell me
Yes,
which one you want.
Like such.
If
no?
you,
I just wonder if there was a way to click on it.
you can ping, I believe.
I don't know.
There's
Yeah, I
a
mean-
select target button at the top left. It looks like a target board.
There is, but you can just tell me which one you're attacking, and I can
Well,
handle it.
the top cat. That's the one that's got more the singed fur from Ganon's ball of fire, right?
Technically, they are both singed. They are both very badly burned.
Right.
Double deep fried crispy cat.
Yeah.
There.
Cursory inspection, you can't tell which cat is more hurt than the other, but they are both
no,
very
that's-
badly hurt.
I was gonna base it off of which one got burnt as opposed to I didn't know they both been burnt.
Mhm.
So top kitty.
That
AC.
hits his AC. Roll damage. And Kitty gets chopped in half. Dead.
And then I'll do a sweep attack on the second kitty.
Go for it.
And that gets put on. Ooh.
Oh. Crit fail. What happens if you crit fail an attack roll in this game?
I have no idea.
Crit fail on attack rolls.
If you roll a 1 on the d20, a natural 1, your result is 1 degree worse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is whether I hit or not. I definitely missed, and there's if there's any other penalty with the rolling a 1
Yes,
on to hit.
Critical fail. Attack. Inability. No, attack. Attack rolls. Okay, let me see. Crit fail. No.
So much for loving and cuddling.
Strike, multiple attack penalty. There is. When you succeed, natural 20 to 0, 1 up critical.
There are no defined fumbles for attacks. Some class and monster have feat that take advantage of critical failures when they happen, but by default they do nothing more than fail.
Alright.
Okay.
For the purposes of this, I'm going to rule that you fumble your axe and you need to spend an interaction to regain your grip.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that would be my third action. Then would be recovering.
All right. That. Yeah. You chop a cat clean in half. Try to sweep into the second, but accidentally dig into the dirt. So you need to use an interaction just to recover, and that
That's fine.
was your turn. This. Okay, now this cat is let me see what's this cat gonna do. This cat is not looking too hot.
Well, is it on fire?
There's
No,
no
the top one
persistent
is on
damage.
fire.
Looking very hot.
The cat is
Get in my belly.
gonna panic and run off. Let me see. He's just going to use all of his actions to run off. If any of you guys have attack of opportunity, take it.
That's like a fighter ability. But I do have follow up, but I don't think I'm going to do it if it looks like it's really running off.
Yeah, this cat is like meow and runs all the way over here. That's as far as it gets. Actually, no, it's back here. Yeah. Up to you whether or not you want to chase after the cat.
Actually, you know what? I'll just use that ability because it will actually help me out in the next turn.
You would maul a cat that's hurt and running away?
I would.
Tiny's doing better, by the way.
Great.
I'm
good to
glad to
hear.
hear.
She's just very hungry now.
She's
So
all
nothing
better.
new.
She's all better, and she wants to eat.
I would get her more, but it's fucking snowing right now, and I don't feel like going through the cold. So I will get her food in the morning.
So that gets me move 20 foot, kind of be shielding the gobbo.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, I probably have better AC than you do right now.
Mine's 19. That's with the
22.
range penalty. Yeah.
Oh
But then
well.
again, I've got 55 hit points. Well, plus 6 temp.
Oh, well. Oh, look at me, Mr. Big Hit Points.
Alright,
That's because I was drinking my ale since a wee lad.
right, White.
It helped my hit points up.
White, it's your turn.
Well, thanks to our Oh, can I see that?
You can barely see him.
I can barely see him.
Yeah,
Very well.
he's still considered standard cover from you.
I tried changing that. It didn't work.
I will be using an action to stride out of my
Mhm.
cover. There.
Go.
Can I see him new?
Yeah, you can see him.
Okay.
In fact, he's less covered by the building, but he kind of having a little bit more of cauldron in the way, so in the end it comes out to about the same. Still standard cover.
Great. Yeah, I'll just I will shoot.
Go for it. You fail to meet his AC.
Alright. And as for my last action, I will simply reload.
Okay, now it's the elf's turn. He's gonna like, oh shit, someone's gonna tell mom! And he is going to book it. He's done. No more cats. His friend's dead. He's booking it. And as soon as he rounds the corner, you hear this. Ah!
Okay.
A very strange sound you've never heard before. You recognize the scream, but not the sound after.
Did it sound like an explosion?
No, that was the sound of a tall boy being shaken and then opened up.
You might see something like that. An encounter over. Yeesh. Da 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 da.
Did anybody even get hurt?
The goblin did.
The elf and the cats did.
That's fine.
We cat skin.
Eva will go back into hiding.
Well, yeah, if they want to, they can skin the cat. It's been cut in half. Basically eviscerated by axe.
Cat that's there.
Oh, that cat's running. It's running. It's gone.
It's in full out panic mode.
Yeah. Meow. Yeah. Now the battlefield returns to silence, although you can kind of hear the sounds of animals coming back from the west. It has quieted down a bit due to all the commotion, but it's slowly coming back. What do you guys
I
do?
see anything this way or this way?
You see, you specifically. Let's see. You might see movement. What you can't really make out. It's all things wrestling in the bushes and trees. Maybe small critters? You're not entirely sure.
No general area?
If you mean anything definitive, no, you can't say anything definitive other than trees, vines, buildings. Sound of crickets. You think maybe you might have spotted a squirrel somewhere over here, but you're not entirely sure.
So I'm being on worry guard. Ooh, squirrel!
Are you part dog?
Very much all natural.
Squirrels have that effect on more than just dogs.
Alright, so the party has just apparently defeated a band of hooligans. What do you do?
I'd like to open this door, and I've been muted this entire time.
Yep.
Welcome back.
This door you're standing next to?
Yeah. Yeah.
It is appears to be barred shut.
Does the building itself give any indication of what it is? Or am I looking at a home? Am I looking at a shop?
It looks like it might have been someone's home before.
Yeah, I'm not
You
gonna
can-
fuck with that.
It's just very
I'm an
nondescript. If it
adventurer.
was a shop, it would probably have signages on site, but there isn't really any sign. If you really wanted to, you could probably see a window over here that you could try to pry open.
No, this is someone's home. Deontay wouldn't fuck with that. Yeah.
How many stories is this?
The house?
What about this?
Mhm.
Single story.
Oh, okay. All of them?
Assortment. Some single story. This is appears to be some kind of 2-story narrow building. You think it might be possibly some kind of warehouse. This looks like it was supposed to be some kind of how do I best describe this? An administrative center of sorts. You think that this is where they would process any individuals of note previously going by. The front is completely open, and yeah, this is probably some kind of administrative office before.
So there is no enemies for me to perceive anymore, so I'm taking the rage effect off.
Mm-hmm. The area is once again calm.
So I'm big for a while.
How long
Little
does
while.
enlarge last?
It was 4 minutes.
Wow, okay. Well, if you press
So
forward,
unless we take a longer time of recovery.
yeah. It's up to you whether or not you want to treat Ganon's wounds.
Yes, duration 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. There was... Okay. Treat wounds. Hang on. Treating 10 minutes injured living one. If you so choose, target's temporary. How many hit points were regained? Okay. You have 2 options now. You can either press forward and take advantage of the fact that Lucky is still enlarged, or you can attempt to treat wounds Ganon with your healing tools. But if you take the time to treat Ganon's wounds that he sustained from being mauled by large cat, the enlarge will wear off in that time.
I am not opposed to this, but I am not opposed to us continuing either. So whatever you choose.
Let me put this tiny band-aid on you, and it's huge.
By the way, would someone to strip the elf?
Strip the earth.
Strip the elf.
Elf. E-L-F.
Elf. You. Okay, so you are performing a. Are you performing a treat wounds?
You said strip the elf? Sure.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah,
resolve.
I'm gonna cast Flans. I'm gonna cast Flans on the elf.
Let me resolve what Lucky is doing. Lucky, are you deciding to treat wounds?
Yes.
Okay, this will take 10 minutes, and so the enlarge will wear off. Are you okay
Right.
with that?
That's fine.
Alright, let me see here. The treat wounds DC is... You are trained in medicine, right?
Yep.
Alright,
And I have the med kit.
you med kit. Does it add any bonuses?
I don't think so. It just allows me to perform
Okay.
said action.
Unfortunately, that is not enough to heal Ganon. Lady Duvor. Yeah, that is not enough to heal Lady Duvor. So you try, but you're just so large. You can't get the band-aids on quite right.
My fingers are just too clumsy at this big.
Yeah. Sadly, you miss you misapply the band-aid, and the enlarge wears off, and Lady Duvor unfortunately does not get healed. But now you guys are stripping the elf, right? In the case of Cat, she's literally skinning him.
I just skinned the elf.
Yeah, you guys watch as the tiny sprite just walks up to the elf and just starts peeling his skin off, like in a single motion.
No, it was magic that did that.
Yeah, but she has to touch it, so she's literally walking up to the elf
Yeah, I
and
walk up to it and I wave my hand and like literally wave off all of its flesh and muscles.
yeah, you pinch a piece of skin and just kind of like peel it off, almost like you're peeling a banana or some shit.
Orange.
Oh.
Oh,
Most
that,
times you gotta boil something like that for quite a while to soften up the meat for just to fall off like that. That's pretty
okay.
disgusting.
Well, now that the elf has been relieved of his equipment and skin and muscles, you find he was
And
carrying...
organs.
Nah, his organs are still there. It's just a skinless elf now. You find he was carrying 3 spears. He was wearing a studded leather armor. And he was carrying 5 silver pieces.
While all that's happening,
What was you said? Spears was the middle thing.
3 spears, studded leather armor, and 5 silver pieces.
I look at the armor. The hell is this?
Elf armor.
Didn't work too well for this guy. No,
Usually
I
I
keep
call that
looking at
like
my voice.
pita bread.
Unfortunately, the studded leather armor did not protect his neck.
Eva
Pushing it
will
from a-
stealthily rustle by. Yeah.
I guess we take the coins, or at least I am, but I'm not. You fuck it. I'll just write it in the thing. Ooh.
5 silver pieces.
I can make a thread.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me run to the washroom real quick. I need to pee. BRB.
For the record, I did post a bunch of links to our stream. So, several people should have access to it at this point.
Ooh.
I'm not big in the H world, but I have enough connections to share it around.
I'm gonna jump back on top of the dwarf. Keep on eating my orange. That's orange.
Alright, I'm back. Alright. So,
Is there anything I see?
from where you are,
Mhm.
where are you trying to look?
Yeah.
Here, you see more buildings, more doors, and a pile of rubble here. It looks like a bunch of carts have basically piled up around here. Some kind of collision appears to have occurred. Either that or someone was trying to block off the road.
Huh. If I were to move up here, and blend in with this tree, do I need to roll stealth, or
No.
can I just say I stealthily?
No.
Move?
You can just say you stealthily move. That's fine.
I stealthily move, and I do attempt to climb to the top of the tree in the leaves.
Right. While you're doing that, you can see that down by this way, down by the western side, this is definitely rubble. The building's wall on the side has collapsed. Something, it almost looks like an explosion occurred over here.
Looks like big boom.
So what does the rest of the party do?
Is this another house over here?
That is a warehouse of some kind. It looks like some kind of warehouse.
I'd like to check the door for this one.
You'll find the door opens.
What's inside?
You see, it's a little dark, but you can see just fine into it. It's a bunch of crates, shrouded in shadow.
I'll check a crate.
Alright. Let me just... Crates lining the walls. If you want to check a crate, feel free to walk in.
Everyone, I found a warehouse. I will one of these crates. If you hear screaming, I mean trouble. I will go to that one.
You go to this one? Okay. You notice... How tall are you, by the way? Give or take.
Well, Sprite. I think if I don't hear screaming, there's probably trouble too, but... that's just me.
Give or take, how tall are you? 3 feet?
I need to look this up. About 3 feet.
The crate is 4 feet tall.
I'll find a step stool or something.
You find a smaller crate tucked to the side of the wall over here. You can just grab it and use it as a step stool.
Step stool.
Yeah, step
Looking in the
stool, you
crate,
can
so
climb up.
open it.
You kind of have to jimmy it a little bit, but eventually you get the top of the lid open. You peer in and you see what appears to be textile.
What does that say on the side of that building there?
Same thing.
Great Mimic Warehouse. Okay.
You pry open.
I have a better joke, but I want to hear what's inside these.
You open up the crate and yeah, same thing. Textile, some kind of cloth.
That one.
That one, this one is nailed shut.
Cast Detect Magic.
Detect magic. Could you
Yes.
paste
Give me a
the
second.
action in chat? Send it to chat. Pulse registered presence of magic. You detect illusion magic. What's the range? You can detect illusion magic
30
only
foot.
30
But I'm
foot.
literally gonna go through all of these crates, so
30 foot. Okay.
I'm gonna keep casting this, so you can just tell me.
You do not detect magic. Is it you? Presence of magic.
I'm gonna go bathroom.
You do not detect magic within the crates, but as you approach this wall, you detect magic on the other side of the wall, somewhere outside in this direction.
Excuse me, Cordrum. There is a crate I cannot get open. I would like to see what's inside.
What a crate.
This one. This one. It is nailed shut. And I could open it, but I'd also set warehouse.
Do you just want me to do like?
I don't care how you open it. I just want to see what's inside.
I'm asking Cutie.
You find the crate that is nailed shut over the top. How would you like to try to open it?
Well, I'm thinking just trying to do brute strength, just like palm on the edge and just push up.
Alright, attempt a strength check. See if you can.
I'm trying to.
I think I'll set.
Do I just click on? No. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to. Or did I do something like? Hold on.
Are there strength checks here? Or would it be under skill? They might have consolidated everything into skills. What skill would... Okay, you know what? Make an athletics check. We'll
Okay.
say this is an athletics check.
As soon as I find the right thing that. What the hell's the skill thing? Spellcasting, crafting, proficiencies.
So supper is ready, so I'm gonna go grab my plate and be back in real quick.
Okay, Lady DeVere steps back, watches the dwarf saunter up to the crate that's almost as tall as him, but despite that, Cordrum just grips the edge of the crate and easily rips it open, like he's ripping apart a loaf of bread, essentially. And inside the crate,
Looks like these nails are just gnome craftsmanship. Not good old dwarven craftsmanship. They would have held firm.
inside this nailed crate, you find fine silks. Not cotton, not fur, silks.
Ah. Ooh. Excellent. Immediately starts wearing some. Or is there a dress in my size?
No,
It isn't.
it's not clothes of silk. It is bolts of silk.
Yeah. You see large rolls of silk, fine silk. It hasn't been turned into clothes yet.
I don't suppose you could do me a favor and take some of these. I would really enjoy some of the finest silk.
Considering how large these things are,
Nope. Nope. Nope.
We can leave them for later.
I would, if you really wanted to, I would rule that Cordium could take one, but it would be heavy.
We can get them later. But can we just open the rest of them up? Also, I found magic. Would you all like to go investigate the magic?
Yeah, you've pretty much gathered that this warehouse was probably used for as a storage facility for some kind of textile business.
Eva, we found the magic. Come check. So I'm gonna do another detect magic over here.
30 feet, 30-foot pulse?
Getting closer.
Yep.
Yep.
You're getting closer. You're getting closer. You are sensing magic from the tree.
Should I chop it down?
Hang on, let me try something. I do the same thing over at this tree.
You're also sensing magic from that tree.
Don't bother. It's just the plant growth.
Then again, based on what the elves were saying, it might be people.
True. But don't chop down the tree. So, what's in this one? What is in this one?
Oh, I thought you were talking about that tree. There's a lushy in the tree.
There is a lushy in this tree.
This building appears to be some kind of bakery. The door swings open easily.
Does it have a ding ding when you open the door?
Yep. Ding 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 ding. Yoinks. You.
I have to ask you. Is the food moldy or fresh? Or...
Very moldy. In fact, plants have overgrown all over the counters.
Does there appear to be any flour or anything? Like, it's a bakery, it would have flour, right?
Yes, but whether it survived contamination.
The flour bag, you find it at the back here, has a mushroom colony growing right out of it. In fact, it almost looks like the sack has exploded in mushrooms.
If I move off the top layer, are there still mushrooms?
Yeah.
Not worth it.
Eva's gonna grab a cookie.
Long, viney mushrooms just exploding outward from the bag in all directions. The entire bakery indoors is covered with vines. And it almost feels humid, uncomfortably humid in here.
Welcome to the jungle, baby.
I'd like to flag down the knights.
Alright. In about 10 minutes, Sister walks up, flanked by 2 male fist knights. Further to the back, you can see soldiers watching the road.
Do not chop down the trees. We believe they are people.
Are they people? System walks over to one of the trees. And she looks at it intently.
The elves told us they would turn us into trees. And the trees are radiating magic. So putting 2 and 2 together, I think... I cannot do a French accent. It keeps bouncing between Russian and...
Whatever accent you want, you are a goblin. Make it work. You see Sir Sturm tap one of the trees with her large warhammer. Tap, tap, tap. The tree doesn't react, but you just kind of see her shake her head. This is beyond my knowledge. If this is or used to be a person, I wouldn't even begin to know what to do about this. We're gonna have to report this to the Lord Commander. See if we could bring some mages in.
Druids.
Druids, wizards, anyone. I doubt that I or my knights will be able to figure this out.
Eva comes out with a mouthful of
Cookies. You sure?
Really moldy, green
really
cookies.
moldy. Yeah. And Eva will grab a bayonet and attempt to scar the tree a little bit.
You do succeed. The bark of the tree gives way, as you would expect, and it starts to lick some kind of viscous, sappy fluid that is disturbingly red. You have seen red sap before, but this is not what the type of redness you would expect from a tree. It is almost like it's blood.
Sure. Blood.
Oh,
As Eva still munches on a few cookies, tapping the tree.
System walks over to you. Knights flanking either side. Yeah, we're going to report this to Lord Cockermouth. She opens the visor for her helmet. You can see her rubbing her temples. I don't think we're gonna be able to do anything about this right now.
That is fine, but I wanted to warn you at this point.
Cookie?
Don't eat the cookie. Don't eat the cookie.
I think you're too
I
late.
hand one out.
I'm fairly certain that Eva has already eaten a few.
Oh, Eva's eaten quite a few.
Eva can eat the cookie. I'm fucking wanting the night.
Yeah, Eva did hand the knight one. Or
The
attempt to.
knight can see how clearly moldy it is, and she's gonna no, thank you.
Your loss.
Continues to eat the last one.
Be right back. Something's going on downstairs.
Oh, alright.
I guess I'll move to building corner over the closer by the debris so I can look down that next roadway.
Over here?
Yep.
Alright, you do say something, but I'm going to wait
Wait.
until Ganon gets back. This is very obvious, so you'll be able to spot this very easily.
How tall is this building?
That building is 2 stories.
I would say as our dwarf friend goes around the corner, I will be scaling this building onto the roof.
Alright, the roof is slanted, but I believe you can
Huh?
hang on. The roof is thatched and slanted down both
Hello.
sides.
I brought back a kitty.
Ah,
Kitty. Kitty.
Don't burn this one too.
like okay, that is the. Hey, hang on. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Ah, God damn it. Eh.
I assume it's slanted like this, right? That
It's that's the center beam, and it's slanted both ways.
Oh, while you were getting Kitty, I went to corner of building and was peeking around. And
Alright.
Judy said to wait.
Let me bring this up. Okay. All right. Upon peeking around the building, Lucky, down the main street. Oops. Hang on. Down the main street, you see some kind of great beast standing off to the side of the road.
Oh,
Its back appears to be. It appears to have its back to you.
I'll be back
Hmm?
with weapons.
Well, in the meantime, System is going to go up to Lady Duvar. Well, I will be sure to report this to Lord Cockermouth. Is there anything else you need?
No, not at this time.
you can make me a sandwich.
Do not insult the night that way.
What?
Food and rations will be provided once we settle down for the night. Now, if there won't be anything else, please do continue. With the mission, I mean.
Right. I was trying to figure out.
Lady Sturms goes to speak to her knights. You can hear her talking. I think this spot, she's gesturing to this area right here, would be a good checkpoint. So be sure to blah 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 blah.
I think I forgot to add my lore, my skills, which is actually check some. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Meow, meow. I was like, hello, Epic, welcome. Welcome everyone to our, my first time as DM. Don't know how this is gonna get going so far, but I'm having fun so far.
Yes, indeed.
So, Lucky sees something. What's the rest of the party doing?
I'd like to circle around.
Alright.
So I'm going around this way.
Alright. Cass, you're on Lucky, right?
Yes.
Hi. And White, what are you doing?
I shall peer from over top here
Alright.
hoping to possibly see something, maybe even further.
Eva, you also see the great beast down the road.
Does it look cool?
It's an
Looks
elephant.
big. Do you know it's an elephant?
I don't know. I don't got that kind of knowledge.
Neither do I. We don't see them underground while mining.
Alright.
I am only here to kill.
You do
To
hear
be fair, if they brought an elephant here, it would be at least some level of common knowledge.
Not
Would
if we're playing Jumanji.
Elephant potato, same thing.
I think it's edible.
Alright,
Oh,
well,
definitely.
while the party is pondering this great beast, Cannon, what do you do? So far, you haven't seen anything of note in the alleyway.
Moving that way.
You do see something of note here. The elf. He is dead.
How did he die?
Let me just draw this for you.
Terribly.
Yes. He appears to... You know what? He appears to have exploded somehow. Parts of him are staining the wall. Parts of his flesh are staining the wall behind him.
I grab an arm.
You get his arm.
I have to say, I've got to hand it to you. You did not deserve to die like this.
Well, he doesn't have any use for the arm anymore.
What are you doing?
What are
And
you
now,
talking about?
when you round the
Harming
corner,
yourself.
Karen, you also see the great beast down the road that Cordrum appears to be staring at.
The fuck is that thing? I want to go talk to it.
Could attempt to knowledge nature.
I think I knew the name of it once, but I forgot.
The beast doesn't appear to have noticed you yet. It appears to be interested in this shrub over here.
You
20.
know they're good at hiding in trees, right? You never see them in trees.
Yeah, but this one is standing out like in the middle of the street, so it's kind of obvious.
That's good. That's why we see it. It's not in a tree.
Alright, you, Lady Duvoir, figured out it's an elephant. A great beast that is not local to the region. You know this for a fact.
Are they friendly?
You know that they can be very territorial and really, really, really strong.
I have a question. Male
Yeah.
or female?
Male. He, with a roll of 20, you can tell he appears to be a young adult male.
Ooh.
Giant penis.
Hold on. Hold on, you little
Loving the
psychopath.
culturally
know-
diverse goblin, by the way.
You know that they can
She
be
wanted to use the
aggressive.
bathroom, that's what she wanted.
That's fine. You know that these great beasts known as elephants can be aggressive if they are territorial or they think they're in danger. it really depends. But when they decide they want to murder you, they will murder you.
Go. No. Don't deal with this thing. Go around it. No. Let us go around it. It is very big, and I say we use the alleys.
Looking at elf that exploded, can I use my medical knowledge to maybe make a guess?
Yeah, go ahead. Knowledge medicine. Okay, Acid. He appears to have been shot by something that exploded him.
Shot, you say?
That's what Cardrum figured.
So someone put a grenade inside him and it blew up.
Something explosive happened to him.
I would like
And
to
it-
climb down and check it out myself.
And the blast came from this way. Down south.
Well, the point of entry was from this other side. Maybe what did this is inside this house, this building. Let's check it out.
You try the door and it appears to be barred. Although, while you guys are trying the door, you hear something go. You guys investigate the sound coming from off to the east of you.
I will be going back on the roof if I hear something. And hide.
Yes. I'll go over and look.
Honk. You see a goose.
Is it a regular sized goose?
Yeah, regular size goose. These are tiny goose. I just made them larger because otherwise it'll be impossible for me to manage them.
I am
Careful.
going to pull.
Geese are assholes.
I am going to pull out a ration.
Honk. The goose appears to be just grazing. Grazing on the overgrown grass on the dirt.
I'm not going to disturb it, but I am going to go around it.
He kind of notices you and flaps his wings a little bit, kind of, I don't know what's up with this guy kind of thing.
I'm not going to disturb it, but
You're gonna give him a wide berth?
yeah, I'm going to give it enough of a berth.
Alright.
But I do have a ration in hand, basically bread in hand, in case it kind of
Alright.
is interested.
You
should wave
find
the flag. Is
you
it a
find
civilian?
another goose. Yeah. Also grazing. Just grazing on the grass, minding his own business for the most part. Although, Eva, on the roof, you find that there's also a goose up here that wasn't here before. Honk.
Ah,
They're moving in to flank us.
where did
It's
you come from?
grazing on the vines that have overgrown on top of the roof.
I'm gonna wave the flag that was instructed to wave at things to check if it's civilian or notices it.
The goose.
Yeah,
the
the goose.
The goose just gets a little spooked by the flag, but doesn't really know what to make of it.
Are you an ally?
It's a goose.
It goes back to grazing on the vine. After a couple of waves of the flag, it figures that, and whatever it's doing, that's not dangerous. Honk.
I think there's a goose up here too, guys.
Honk.
It's getting
Graze.
closer.
He's just grazing
They
on
eat
plants.
They eat plants.
Honk. Anyone want to attempt a knowledge nature?
Yep.
I hope you know if the goose comes any closer, there will be a barrel at its face.
I would like to use a hero point.
What? On a knowledge nature check?
Yeah, you know what? Nah, let's not.
Well, technically, the hero point would allow you to reroll if you fucked up the roll, so it's more of an after thing. Unless you want
that's
to.
a
Oh
natural
right.
19.
Something I want to tell you guys. Hero points. I will give them out to you based off of good roleplay and things like that. But I'm also going to allow an additional use for them. If you are ever in a situation where you think, if I knew this situation was coming, I totally would have prepared this like an item or whatever. I will allow you to spend a hero point to say, I did plan ahead of time and prepared this item. But of course, these are more roleplay situational uses of hero points. Thank you for bringing up hero points, by the way.
Yep.
And pointing out the fact that the trees might be people, you get a hero point, Ganon. Specifically you. You know what? I'm also gonna give one to Lucky for destroying the elf and the cat. And yeah. So Lady Duvar, with that knowledge in nature check of 25 with regards to goose, you know that yes, goose do feed on plants mainly. They're omnivores. They especially like succulent, juicy, tender plants. Honk. And
Did it bite?
goose picks at one of your vines. Like
I will fire it.
Okay, first things first. It did bite you, so you take just 1 point of damage, and then in retaliation, you shoot the goose.
Yes.
You miss the goose.
No.
Actually, wait. You know what?
Goose?
You know what? I'm
How
going
do you
to
miss? It is point
wait.
blank.
Wait. You know
I
what?
don't know it.
Wait. Hang on.
Me.
You know what?
Flat-footed goose.
Since the goose did not expect the plant it was eating to, suddenly attack it, I'm gonna say it's flat-footed, and because of that, you do manage to land a hit, barely, but you do. So roll damage.
Alright.
4. Goose is wounded but not down. Honk! And you guys standing next to a building, you hear a muffled honk. And roll initiative.
Well, looks like we're fighting geese.
Don't you have to make the encounter first?
Yeah. Stand by. Let me set combatants. Can you guys right click on yourselves and button on the right side bottom? Can you toggle combat state on yourselves? You can. Okay, good. Everyone toggle combat state on yourselves.
What? How?
Right click on your token, right side bottom. There's a shield and 2 swords. That's combat state. Toggle combat state on yourselves.
Is there any way I can use nature to sort of calm them down with bread or anything? Food?
Goose are angry.
We're in a combat situation.
Goose are angry. Goose are pissed.
Goose
Goose are
got
gonna
shot.
kill.
Should have shot it when it didn't react to the flag. I knew they were enemies.
All right. Dinner is ready for me, so I'm going to leave my phone. I will text out what I'm doing.
Alright. Everyone roll initiative.
Amazing.
Oh boy. Okay. Cass.
I rolled a 25.
Your initiative wasn't on the turn order.
Right,
I
because it
rolled a
was a
nat one.
perception check instead of initiative perception. That sucks. Oh, there I go from 25 to 14.
Hi.
But she might perceive what's in the building.
Definitely.
All right. Since you rolled a 20, I will give this to you, Cass. You see the door bulge out, like boom, like something big hit it. And you heard the same sound that preceded the elf scream. Phew! I'll give you that. And also, you think you might have seen a flash underneath the door frame.
So there's a bulge inside the door.
No, the door kind of like bulged out, like something hit it, and it did definitely sound like the wood was cracking and barely holding together.
So there's something behind the door
Yes.
that Eva would be seeing, right?
You kind of see through cracks that open up the door. You have no idea what you're seeing. You're only seeing like little glimpses of what's inside.
Eva is inside.
Oh no. Oh sorry, Eva. They're on the roof. Eva's on the roof.
Oh, they're on the roof.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a goose on the roof.
Yes.
There's goose.
And it beat me.
There's a goose on the roof with Eva. There's two geese on the roof opposite of the Eva, and three more goose down by the road. You guys can see them now. They're very obvious. They're
Are these Canadian or American goose?
Well, they didn't apologize, so they can't be Canadian.
True.
all you know is that they're very angry.
I got bit by geese once. It sucks.
Well, in that
Fun,
case,
fun fact. Back in World War II, some prison camps were guarded with geese because they're very territorial and make a lot of noise when something comes around.
mm-hmm. Well, Lucky, it's your turn.
Right. Well, I could throw a javelin, but goose on ground.
Mhm.
aren't you pinging? Ping. Okay, my pinging has stopped working.
You need to be on token controls and select tokens on the left side.
Token control and token what?
Token control and then select token. And then click and hold. It should work.
No, my pinging has stopped working.
Oh, it worked. It worked just now. It worked. I saw
I
I'm
it.
have
not
to like
seeing it. I'm
hold
not
down
seeing
the
it.
button.
Hang on, try it one more time. There
Oh,
you
there
go.
it goes.
Yeah, it works.
Mm-hmm. I don't. Not gonna go enraged yet. Where are you? Damn it! Actions.
Alright. Sudden charge. Wow. Sudden charge the tiny goose.
Yes. Though I guess Kaz is coming with me.
Yep. Feel free to move
I'm
yourself.
ready.
Yep. Move yourself up to Lucky, but keep yourself like one step to the side so that it's easy to track you. But we'll assume that you're on Lucky.
AC 20.
AC 20 versus this goose. You hit it. Roll damage.
Mirror 5. Minimum damage.
Minimum damage. Wow. It's still alive. Somehow.
Well, I
These
didn't
are
go.
some tough
I didn't go
geese.
in rage, which would then add another 6 on top. And then I would have the. No, already. Oh, actually, yeah. Now, since the sudden charge is 2, do I use the -5 or the -10 for the second attack?
The sudden charge. Try twice any movement with it. You sudden charge while borrowing. You have a corresponding movement type. It doesn't say it counts as 2, right?
Well, it's on the icon on my actions. It's like got 2 arrows. You know.
When a move wants to be counted as 2 for the purposes of the multiple attack penalty, it will specifically say this attack counts as 2 attacks. So since it doesn't say it counts as 2 attacks, it's only 1. So you would, if you want to attack again, it would take map 5. You miss.
Yep.
You don't crit fail, but you do miss.
Because I'm pretty sure the sudden charge uses 2 actions.
Yes, it does.
So that is my turn.
Alright, let me do this. There we go. Hi. Oh wow. Okay, this goose. It is going to fly over and peck at the weird plant that appears to somehow be able to fight back.
I'm not
Yeah.
food, darn it.
Yeah, plant is food.
Yeah.
5 damage.
Ouch.
And then second attack.
No.
No, okay. And next up, Cass. Your turn.
Um,
Oh, Cass,
Yeah.
you hear a voice coming up from below you.
From below me?
Yeah, well, below your consciousness. The single word danger. If you glance down, you will see your wakizashi has a faint glow.
Right. Well, in the circumstances, AoE,
This
I'm gonna
keep
be
in
casting
mind,
Sudden Blade.
this goose is on the roof, 30 feet
Yeah,
up, but these are all on the ground.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm casting Sudden Blight.
Alright.
Every living creature within 120 feet takes
Oh, God.
2d10 damage.
Well, it's a range 120, area 20 foot.
Mm,
It's a 20-foot area.
Wait, yeah, never mind. That's not...
Yeah. A big burst.
I mean, you can do it where...
You'll hit these three. And that and that.
$20 burst, yes, you could theoretically hit those three on the ground. You will also be hitting Lady Duval.
Yeah, I get the feeling I'm going to be getting, like, fireball at some point anyway, so...
You think she's gonna fireball you back, so you're just going to blight her first?
Yes.
I hate that I've set this precedent.
Alright.
Wait. Wait, yeah. Yep, like so. There we go.
Yep.
Because I want to lie and say she's not wrong, but she's totally
Okay.
right.
Counteract. Is there a save to avoid this or no?
Yep, and it's a,
DC 19 for it.
DC 19. Right, okay. Everything in the burst take DC 19. 3 Goose and Lady Duval.
If the creatures are afflicted by a disease, they take a minus circumstance penalty to the save.
Not
Which I don't
applicable
think
here.
is the case.
Alright, the Goose. Fort saves have
All
been
failed.
rolled. All fail. Now Lady Duval.
22.
Succeed.
One even critically failed.
Yeah.
For 22 damage.
Okay, yeah. All of the Goose shield up and die. Doesn't matter. It did. Hang on.
That was max.
Yeah, that was max damage.
It just.
I mean, one of them took 44. So
Yeah.
I don't think I'm not seeing anything on success or critical failures.
True.
Normally the spell would
This one
determine.
does not say it.
That really matters? They're dead?
no. Basic saving throws. Critical, take no damage. Success, take half. Failure, take full. Critical failure, take double.
Yeah, yeah. Those figures got. Either way,
One of them
they're
pretty
dead.
much disintegrated.
Yeah, they rot away.
Something imploded on itself.
Only good goose is a dead goose.
You hear, Putan! Bordel! Jemofu!
So, Lady Duvar takes half damage from that, right? 11 damage.
Yep.
Oh God.
You hear, Merde!
You also
You
see
hear-
various plants in the area wither away.
Everything
If she wills
withers.
it, if she wills
Yeah.
it,
You
You know,
hear,
everything withers and dies.
Putan! You hear, Putan! Who the fuck did that?
Just hear giggling.
Oh, you better heal me after this shit.
Well, take the 11 damage.
Oh, shit, I need to apply that. Fuck, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
Applied.
well, there goes Goose, and Goose.
Mm-hmm.
I did nothing to you! I haven't even done anything to
Yet.
you!
So-
Now?
Is there anything else you're doing, Cass?
Nope, that's just
You do have
cast
one
time
left?
too. My
Uh-huh.
third action is gonna be to stay where I am.
Alright. That goose is dead. White, your turn.
Alright, time for the plant to start shooting again. The goose I was already shooting at. That's the one I'll be going.
That one.
Is Thanos snapped the plants.
25.
You
That is
you
it.
hit it. It is not a crit.
7 damage.
You kill it. That goose is down.
I will go for this one next.
The one next to you. Alright.
Yes. Nice.
19. That's a hit.
7 damage.
7 damage. That is enough to one-shot it. That
To the
goose.
goose.
Yeah. That goose
2
is dead.
shots go off.
Yeah. By the way, if you guys can hear this. You hear distant back this way down the road. Ah! And something heavy running. But thankfully,
Towards us or away from us?
thankfully the footsteps appear to be dissipating. Getting more distant.
Guys, I think the Ella plant is running away.
Ella plant.
And as for my third action, I will be aiming for that one over there.
Oh.
I do appreciate how we've killed all these goose. Or geese.
Oh,
But I've done
missed.
nothing to them.
Ah, too bad. That one missed.
Missed. Alright. That
That'll be
was
the end of
your
mine.
turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That's dead, that's dead, that's dead. This goose. The one remaining goose. Is gonna fly
Gonna
down.
book it.
No, he's angry. And Goose don't run away. He flies down and pecks at this small little thing that appears to be standing on this bigger thing. Peck.
What is it like jumping down and
Yes.
picking mid-air at me?
Yes, it's performing
Glide attack. Aha. a goose's special ability?
It's performing. Hang on, I forgot to. I need to. Ah, God damn it. Hang on, no. Fuck off! There's nothing here. Fuck off! Hang on. Hang on. Go away! God damn it! Uh. Bye. Yep, it's flying down and performing a goose dive. Goose dive on the small thing that looks like it might be easy to kill. Honk honk. Talon strike on the small thing.
I mean, it's gonna hit.
So 2 slashing damage.
Ow!
That is one damn dexterous geese.
Honk. Beak at the small thing. Miss. Beak. One more beak at... No, one talon at the big thing. Miss. Cordium, there now appears to be Goose and Sprite screaming and fluttering all over you.
No.
No.
And that was the Goose turn. Your turn, Cannon.
Wait. What the goose? Oh, the goose is under my icon.
Oh, it's under for you? Okay, hang on. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna put it over here. That way you can see it. Yeah. Goose and Sprite. Fluttering, feathery, chaos around your face.
I want you to be aware. I was really thinking about something.
I think I know what that is.
However, I've decided to be a nice guy and not hit my own teammates.
Alright.
That being said, fuck that geese.
But here's Flame.
Make
Does
sure you
that
don't
hit?
singe the dwarf's beard.
That
Wouldn't want that
definitely
now.
hits the goose. All
Does
damage.
that crit its AC?
Nope, it does not.
11.
11. Okay, yeah, that goose
Yeah,
has
minimum.
been
You
cooked.
didn't remember.
You cooked the goose.
Cookies. We're gonna have cookies for supper.
Just to hone it in, I grabbed the corpse of the geese. My dinner tonight.
Okay, was that your turn?
By the way, thanks.
What? You can have the goose. I'm thinking about eating Ella plant.
Was that your turn, Ganon?
Yeah, I go up, I fire, go up, grab the goose, go back.
Mm-hmm.
Say
Okay.
about here, because I'm nettled.
Alright. Well, as soon as you do that, the entire party hears an explosion and this door bursts open.
Oh god.
And out steps a tall goose.
Oh, fuck is that?
It's a Gundam goose. It's a Gundam goose.
It's a big goose.
Did I see its head from
no,
up here?
It's a tall goose. Tall geese.
Hang on.
Tall goose. Got it.
What? What?
It's a Gundam joke. Pun.
No, I know that.
That's a large goose.
And
Do I meet its gaze from the roof? How big is this?
It's large.
I don't like it.
I think it's got more firepower than you do.
I don't like it even more.
I hope you're aware, I'm now fucking sending this to Thursday's group.
Alright, yeah, this tall goose steps out and targets the first thing he sees.
Bonk, bonk, honk.
Honk a gun.
Oh, good God.
For the record,
It will miss
I-
because I'm not enraged. Yay!
Ah!
for the record, I've made a fairy lord based on a goose. You've taken it so further.
The blast streaks past you and impacts the side of the building, leaving a mark very similar to the mark that killed the elf. Well, that was its turn. Your turn.
Yeah.
It's a siege machine.
You were so lucky that thing missed.
Rage. And it's almost no difference me doing a sudden charge or me doing a movement and then charge, but I actually get to move more in a sudden charge, but action.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do the sudden charge on him.
Mm-hmm.
AC 27.
Wow. That does not crit, but you hit him.
I will be right back. Checking on my teeth.
For 17 damage.
17 damage. Alright. That's... Alright. Wait, no, I miscalculated, but yeah, it's fine. There we go.
That's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Who's a loosey goosey?
So, yeah, I did not follow the charging barbarian into melee with you giant goose.
Kind of like
Oh.
flutter step off.
Yes, as you start charging.
Was that goose also again? Yes, they were. What are you doing, Cass?
Casting fear on the goose.
Fear, okay. DC 19 will... It fails.
Oh. So it is frightened 1. No, frightened 2. Sorry.
Alright, I'm gonna add the condition item. What does it do? Let me check The status penalty equal to this value on all your checks and DCs. At the end of each returns the value of a frightened condition uses by one. Alright.
I am then gonna be moving 20 feet into over there.
Out of the line of fire, basically.
Yes. I'm running away from the giant fucking gun. And can I end my turn?
I assume frighten reduces attack. An attack is a check, isn't it?
You're gripped by fear and struggle to control your nerve. This frightened condition always equals a value. Take a status penalty equal to this value to all your checks and DC. As specified otherwise, at the end of each your turn, the value of your frightened condition decreases by 1. So you take a -2 to all your check and DC.
Does frighten affect attack rolls? And attack rolls, right? So it does affect attack rolls. Alright.
It should automatically factor it in when you
Yes.
Some-
put it on the.
It should, sometimes it doesn't. I will check it when I make the roll. Hi.
Yeah, press enter.
It is White's turn.
All right. Has it spotted me?
It's currently preoccupied with that.
I will use one action to sheathe my pistol.
Mm-hmm.
I will use my other action to draw my firearm.
Mm-hmm.
And I shall peer over this roof piece to get a good look. Shoot.
Alright. Well, I will say that you have no penalty to this.
Okay.
Oh, I'm trying to remember
24.
24.
You hit.
I'm trying to remember the name of the Gundam that usually carried an axe. You know, the common ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Taurus, was it? Hi. You hit the goose.
That's our turn.
Hi.
You just hear
Can it say?
murder. Okay. And you just hear burning finger.
Wait, no, but burning finger needs to be done as a touch attack.
I'm not doing
If you
that.
want the range one, you want Sikihat and Kyoken. $18 unfortunately misses.
No, I want to use
Is
a
his
hero point.
AC2 worse as well from the frightened?
No. Frighten doesn't affect DC.
Okay.
It affects DCs, but not AC.
I'd like to re-roll using a hero point.
Alright, go for it. You hit it.
Nice.
18 fire damage.
Wow.
Nice.
Alright, damage has been taken.
Your goose is cooked.
I'm kind of glad I'm 60 feet away.
That's okay. You're still in range.
Alright.
I know.
Speaking of which, The goose is frightened. The tall goose is frightened. He is going to go and take off flying.
That big thing can fly as well.
Yeah, of course, it's a goose. It is going to.
And it's frightened but not fleeing.
Yep. It is frightened but not fleeing. It is going to fly straight up to the roof
What the fuck?
and find a tasty morsel.
The honkening.
And
Yeah, and it's happening live on a lushy.
grab.
Yep,
Um,
I've been grabbed.
Mhm.
Oh god.
Hi. Take 14 damage, and he's flown up. That's enough. That's one move. He's grabbed a tasty snack, and he's going to fly this way.
You do it.
God damn it. Grab. It's gonna fly this way. The goose is currently 20 feet, no, 40 feet in the air. Flying with,
I'm still grabbed, yeah?
yes, flying with your leshy friend. Trying to fly away with the leshy.
Help! It's gonna eat me!
Get down here, you flying bastard!
I have bad news, guys. I can't hit it. All my spells have a range of 30 feet, and I just used the one with 60 feet.
Then come up here and touch it.
Bitch, do I look like I have wings?
I don't know.
Well, it's
Guess
Lucky's turn first.
Guess that's one action to already a javelin. And I don't know what the range increment of that thing is. Because it's not really telling me.
Range increment of a javelin?
Oh,
Let's
oh,
find
there
out.
it is. Range increment of 30 foot. So I guess I need to get probably. You said it's 40 foot in the air?
Yep.
So if I move there, it's a 40-foot range increment.
Mm-hmm. I'll call it that.
So apparently it does have 2 reduced AC.
Does it?
Yep,
Fight-
Frightened reduces AC. As well as 2 hit.
I'm trying to figure out how do I add the
Oh, wow. Alright.
range increment on it.
You can add a circumstance bonus, I believe. Every range increment is a -2 to range attack roll. So if you can add a circumstance bonus, just add a -2 and then click the add button. And it should pop up. If you can't do that, then we'll just minus however many we need to.
Because it's saying like circumstance +1.
You enter -2 into the field where it says +1.
Yeah, it won't let me change that. Oh, never mind. There we go.
Got it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You hit it. Nice. You do 8 damage to it. Okay. It's still alive, but barely.
So, drawing weapon, moving, throwing weapon. That's my action.
All right. Next up, Cass.
Um. I'm gonna move here and cast Purifying Icicle.
Go for it.
Make a spell attack roll. On a success, it deals 2d6 piercing damage, 1d6 cold damage. There we go.
That
Oh,
misses.
fucky crap.
Unfortunately.
Oh, that's gonna be the end of my turn.
You do have you always start with a
Yeah, hero point if you want to reroll.
Yeah, sure.
You're spending your hero
I'll try
point?
again.
Alright.
To roll just as shit. That's
Not good
always
enough.
fun.
It was a good try. Alright. White, your turn. You're being grabbed by a tall goose that's trying to fly
Yes.
away with you.
Seems I have. I will be using an action to reload,
Mm-hmm.
and I shall fire at said goose.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
$19.
Not good enough.
Not good
you-
enough.
Do
Okay.
you want to spend a hero point or do something else?
I will do something else.
Alright.
I will spend my other action to reload it.
Mhm.
And as for my last action, I will be using my bayonet to try and stab the thing.
Alright. Not good enough either.
Help, there's nothing I can do.
Got it?
Wait,
Laser
it's
hawk?
got minus. It's got -2 AC and 18 doesn't hit it.
A 19 doesn't and an 18 doesn't.
It completed one of its turns in it, and
It's now only
Eh.
-1.
yeah, -1. It lost frightened condition after one turn.
Right.
How far is it in the air now?
40 feet.
Oh god.
There's nothing I can do. I have to pass turn. There's nothing I can do.
I grab the only ranged one as well.
I will allow you to, if you want to, you can spend an action point to jump and cast a spell that's 30-foot range normally. This will be a hero play.
Okay. I'll have to move here.
Mm-hmm.
Action and produce flame.
Mm-hmm. Crit! Roll damage!
Double.
That,
No, fuck.
that gets double, right?
Stop
Right,
taking
well,
10 damage.
I
right.
rolled twice.
You roll twice. Alright. 19. The
I think it's
jet of flame sears through the tall goose, hitting him square in the chest, and he goes, "Ah! Shield! Boom! Crash!"
I want that armor. I start running to that armor.
I want that armor.
I want the jetpack.
the What's falling damage again?
God damn it.
In every edition I know, it's 1d10, first 10's non-lethal. No, fuck it. Fuck it. I need to check.
Falling. Damage from falling.
When you fall more than 5 feet, take bludgeoning damage equal to half the distance you fell when you land. Treat fall longer than 1,500 feet as though they were 1,000 feet.
Alright.
500.
Considering he fell from 40 feet.
It'd be 20.
Yeah, but it was a crash landing. I'm gonna say 10 damage. Just 10.
10 damage?
Yeah.
Only a mere 10 damage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 10 damage for the crash landing together with the tall goose.
Wait, is it still alive?
Nope, it's dead. It's dead and sparking.
Alright, you little honking bastard. I
That
claim...
will be crawling
this
out its
technology-
clutches.
I claim this technology in name of the Goblin Kingdom.
Yeah, you see the one of its parts has fallen clean off. Do you grab it?
Yeah!
Yeah. Okay, you grab the part and it looks okay. Now that you grab the part, you take another look at the fallen tall goose and you see the sparks are getting bigger and louder. What do you do?
During this time,
Ava,
this
Ava, run. Actually, no. One more thing. I grab its gun and run.
That was the thing that fell off.
Oh.
Yeah. And this entire region explosion. And you make off with the honker gun. Bits of tall goose fly all over the place. Just bits of scrap and scrap metal. Little bits of his armor land here, land there. Some burning wooden embers die down from all the excess heat of its jet engines and reactor explosion. But, Lady Duval, you look for the gun and it appears to be undamaged. Mostly undamaged, maybe some dust and some grime on it from, the crash landing, but otherwise, it looks mostly good.
I shoot it.
It's ruined slow. Okay. Several things are happening at once. Lady Duvar goes over here, right? Right?
Yep.
She goes over there. Right. You start wielding the honker gun. Everyone looking at Lady Duvar. Suddenly,
I'm actually trying to find our poor little Leshy friend who might.
Yeah, I am laying on a roof catching my breath.
suddenly sees another tall goose just fire the gun into a random direction. Pew!
Honk honk. For justice, honk honk.
It's making noises. Honk, 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 honk. What do you do?
I'm confused.
The tall goose is standing right next to you. There's another one. What do you do?
Do I hear another goose?
Yes, you do.
Fuck that.
Oh, and I just deleted the enraged thing off me because I thought we were out of combat.
Well, it's up to you what you want to do. I'll let you maintain rage if you want to.
Oh yeah. Just instead of me.
It is technically your turn, Lucky.
You did see it fire in a direction none of you are pointed at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you? There you are.
You charge?
Make sure.
Hang on, let me
Add on.
adjust the size. If it makes
No.
any, if it makes any,
No.
if it makes you feel any better, this tall goose is smaller. And
That
yeah,
doesn't make me feel better.
you unfortunately missed the second tall goose.
That's only my first attack.
I'm gonna die.
Second attack.
That hits. I'm at -1.
Oh, okay.
What?
Well,
Huh?
okay. This happens. Okay. Cordrum,
Wrong.
you strike
If you will.
down this second tall goose, smaller tall goose, and as soon as you do, the gun falls to the side, and you find Lady Duvar lying on the ground in a heap,
Bleeding.
bleeding.
Bleeding out.
Damn! That tall goose took out Lady Devore! How dare it! It's a good thing I struck it down.
Punk.
You're technically
So
unconscious.
now there's no more enemies, right?
Doesn't appear to be.
Is the other goose dead?
There doesn't appear to be any more enemies. Lady Duvar is dead,
I'll
bleeding.
try doing first aid on Lady Devore. Treat
Mhm.
wounds.
I'm gonna crawl over. Beaten and tattered plant, oozing green everywhere.
Oh, come on, two.
What's happening?
Not
you
enough.
can spend a reroll.
Yeah, I'll use a. No, not. Okay, that makes it.
Mm,
20.
That definitely makes it. Alright. You are able to treat Lady Duvar, I believe. I will allow you guys to use this right now. Just for the purposes of getting Lady Duvar up. Normally, you would need to wait an hour before you're able to do this, but I'll allow you to stabilize Lady Duvar. Lady Duvar comes to at 1 hit point.
And I
Yeah.
believe is
What?
wounded one.
Why
Yes.
did you hit me? Why did
What?
you hit me? I just
I
picked
hit,
up
I
the
hit a
gun.
small tall. I hit a small tall goose.
You hit me as I picked up the gun and owie. Ow. I
The
should put you in jail. I pick up the gun again.
Do you actually pick up the gun again?
Did I fucking stutter, cutie?
You pick up the gun again. You're holding it in your two hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And suddenly the tall goose is back. and it appears to be honking sad honks. Honk, 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 honk.
I put down the gun.
And the tall goose is gone.
What the fuck? I would like to rest now, but this is mine.
By the way,
I regret nothing.
the construction of the gun, it appears to be a scatter, some manner of scatter gun. It is a martial weapon. So, are you trained in martial?
No,
No.
but you just gave me a gun.
Yep.
So...
Oh, what
By
are
the
the
way, it is like almost 15 after 7.
I know, I need to head out.
Mm-hmm.
I have to get the honking.
Okay. Before you go, I'll just let you know. Let me link you the item so that you guys can add it to your character sheet. And I will let you guys know, just by virtue of, messing around with it, you will find it's pretty easy to identify. Hang on, let me...
I mean, if
Okay,
it
now
helps
if
any,
you-
I can use one of my abilities.
If you-
Engineering lore.
You do not have sufficient permission to view
It is...
the sheet for this item.
Ah, crap. Okay, hang on. How do I link this so that...
By the way, does untrained in a weapon means you can still use it, but it sucks?
I
Yeah.
need
I
to
think
double
you're a
check.
penalty.
Oh, I see.
I do have to get out though, guys.
Yeah, okay. You can go. I will wrap up and just let you guys know how the hell do I share this with you. I'll figure this out on my own. Don't worry. You can go. Thank you for playing, Gannon. I will...
I mean, I can just log into GM and then look at it.
Yeah, but I want to figure out how to share this with everyone.
Alright. I will be back, and, if you guys need me, you know how to get me. I'm free all Sunday, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be under the
So-
details?
The honkin', 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 honkin'.
I'm-
Good night.
Bye-bye.
I'm
Bye-bye.
going to... Alright, you know what? I'm just going to drag this character here and configure ownership observer. If you go to the tall goose, you might be able to see the weapon now.
Yep.
It's supposed to be identified though. Okay. Yeah. Under its inventory, you should be able to see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Mm-hmm. That is the weapon. You figure this out just by messing around with it. If you try to wield the honka gun, it transforms you into a tall goose of equal size. While in this state, you for all intents and purposes, appear to be a tall goose. You can only communicate in honks, and you can only attack with the honker gun. And as soon as you sheath the weapon or drop it for any reason, the effect ends.
I have no interest in this weapon.
I figured that someone with martial training would probably want it. I need to check the proficiency doesn't influence you. Uncommon. That's right. Can I check character
Oh,
proficiency bonus?
Lady Devore also experiences kickback for not having the strength.
Oh yeah. She's going
Negative
to.
treat circumstance penalty.
So +0 proficiency and -2 penalty. Yeah. She's not gonna be able to use it very well. Technically, I designed this item for either of the marshals, either the gunslinger or the barbarian. But you guys can figure out how you want to divvy up the honker gun.
Well, for when a wizard isn't using it, I definitely will.
Oh yeah, you guys can.
You're welcome to it.
You guys can talk it over.
Am I able to retrieve the javelin I threw before, or is that lost in the rubble of the explosion? If it's lost, it's lost. It's not a big deal. I just want to, if it's gone, I just want to strike it off.
You
the
missed
character.
it. You missed it, right?
No, I hit.
Oh, you hit it. Okay. If it's embedded in the tall goose, yeah, it exploded. I don't think anything made of wood is going to survive that explosion.
I'll just reduce. I still got 3 more javelins. I'll just reduce the quantity by 1.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was first session. Any comments?
I was amused by the tall goose.
Good stuff. Hate geese. Absolutely felt targeted by those damn herbivores.
It's not their fault. You're a plant. You're the
It is
main
their
food.
fault that I'm a plant. It is most definitely their fault.
Listen. Geese are herbivores, and they especially like supple, tender, juicy young plants. And you look nice and supple and young. Perfect for them. That's actually what geese like to eat. They like supple and tender young plants.
Damn geese.
Most times when I've seen Canadian geese, graze, it's usually on grasses. But I'm sure they go for other plants as well.
Mm-hmm.
I
Pick
just
the best
only
plant to graze
noticed them
on.
grasses eating that. I know they eat plenty of it because they're pooping a lot.
Yeah.
There was one area that we were doing a roadway for like duplex condominiums, and they had to bring out a bobcat with a brush attachment on the front because the geese had pooped so much on the road. because they made water ponds out of this old waterway.
Hmm.
So all the geese were attracted to there. And they were like, yes, see all this grassy area? This is a smorgasbord. Poop, 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 poop,
Poop, poop, poop everywhere. Yep. Actually, this encounter. Well, here's the thing. The first encounter with the elves and the lynxes, that was considered moderate for you guys,
Yeah.
and this encounter was considered severe. And while I did weighed a little bit in your favor by having the tall goose need to break down the door using one turn, you guys destroyed all of the
geese.
smaller geese.
Smaller geese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I convinced Guess to let me give her that benefit, because that was my way of hinting that something is happening. But if you
Right.
want to bring up the big guns, now's the time to do it. That's how I intend to have the special weapon come into play every now and then.
One thing nice with the Pathfinder 2 Barbarian is, instead of, you only have a limited time of going enraged per day, it's you're enraged for a minute and then you can't enrage again until another minute's passed.
Yeah, that is very nice actually. Don't have to waste feat slots just getting extra rage. Feels like tax.
There's a feat to allow you to do it back to back, but there's a penalty for doing the back to back one where you're fatigued afterward, which that sucks. So I was like, I'm not quite interested in that. I think I'm fine with just the one.
Mm-hmm.
And
Seems to be working out so far.
once I am, back to relatively decent condition from almost dying, I will also be at any downtime taking care of my weapons and brandishing it and reloading them all again.
Whenever you guys want, you guys can decide to call. We are doing a long rest. The knights are going to move at your pace.
Mm-hmm.
And as Lord Cockermouth said, this mission is not a race. If you feel like you need to rest because you've expended too much resources, or you've taken too much damage, then
Because we
Yes,
don't
we
have
could-
any healing, we're gonna need some healing for that. For our wizard.
we do have Lucky because he's a medic. Well, he has some medicine skill. He can perform some healing, but it's not in battle healing. It's more like out of battle healing during short rest, 1 hour rest. Every 1 hour, he can attempt another heal check to heal some more. And if he succeeds, he
Right.
gets a 2d8 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'd have
I've
to look
got
it up.
in battle healing. That's for me. Y'all ain't getting any of this.
Healer sniper doesn't want to heal. DPS Anna.
Listen, these potions are for me.
Oh, they're potions.
Yes, they're potions. If it held me any longer, I would have had to pop one.
Mm. It
Do
wasn't.
temporary hit point.
Hmm?
I'll do temporary hit point work.
In the case of me enraging, there are the hit points that comes off first, and they go away at the end of the rage.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the effect that grants them will state how they wear off. If it doesn't state how it wears off, I assume that if it's a spell that's granting it, as soon as the spell ends, then the temporary hit points disappear.
Yeah, I guess.
And here's the fun part. I'm gonna start crafting stuff. Yes, I haven't pulled that out yet.
You're more than welcome to.
Mm, we're gonna eat goose.
Goose, yes.
I'm not eating goose.
Goose for dinner. Some of the goose are already cooked. 3 of them have kind of shriveled up and rotted away though, so I don't think you want to eat the 3 that Cass killed.
Those don't sound too bad for me.
Okay, yeah, I forget.
Yeah, they might be fine for our Leshy.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that the fucking Leshy will eat anything.
I might have a nibble on some of those. The revenge. Sweet revenge.
I even prepare food for Lishy.
Unfortunately, this particular goose right here, yeah, that's vaporized.
Right.
So there's nothing much left of it.
And then we got Lady Duval as emergency rations.
Yeah.
They're goblin. They don't count as humanoid, right? Intelligent.
I mean,
As
what
long as
happens when we
Dahlia
flatten
cooks it,
something?
quote unquote, I'll be fine with it.
Like earlier, I cleansed the elf. What happened to all the skin and muscles and all that?
I think you just pull it off in a pile nearby.
Pull it
Yeah,
off.
it's
Did you
probably
actually-
just.
Do you keep carrying it,
Good.
or did you toss
Am
it
I
aside?
Take it with
surprised?
you?
I am not gonna carry the equivalent of a medium-sized creature in meat on me. That sounds preposterous. So no,
You get to decide what you do with it.
I left it there. So that means all the knights are hanging around the pile of smooshed up elf.
They probably just
Yeah, they'd be like, somebody get a broom and push this up to the side.
yeah.
Can't wait till that rots to goodness. Mm.
But okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna call the stream here. Thank you everyone for joining us for my first ever DM experience. Let me know if there's anything I need to improve on. I will try my best. I had a lot of fun throwing the tall goose at them. I did learn, however, that the tall goose was severe. I need to start throwing severe encounters against you guys because you guys are pretty strong.
I can
It
tell you.
depends on how it goes. I mean, you could go with bad dice rolls on our part and good on theirs. It could go very bad very quick. But
Yeah, that goose has a +12 to hit.
Yeah.
That means on a 5 it hits.
Yeah, then
I
it's
have 27 elf. I have no idea what the damage on that thing is,
it's
but I'm fairly
it's a lot.
yeah, it can probably take off at least 3/4 of my life in one hit.
Why can I
Now,
test that?
meanwhile, I need a 12 or higher to hit him. So yeah, 40% chance to hit, and it's got a 75% chance to hit, and it can two-shot me.
Yeah, I'm gonna admit, originally it was this level. After I lowered the encounter for 4 people, but then after seeing how much damage you guys did to it in like one attack from Lucky, I was like, okay, maybe you guys can handle the creature level 4. So I bumped it back up to where it was for the 5-man group.
Though once it got into the air, my damage potential went way down.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was always going to happen. I planned to
Right.
have it like, hug, try to run away kind of thing, and linger around because he's trying to get Dinesh.
It would have been funny if it also dropped egg bombs.
Nah,
Basil Goose style.
he already has the honker gun. So I figured the honker gun is enough punishment for you guys. Thankfully for you guys it missed because it is a scatter weapon. So if it had hit Lucky, it would also have hit Cass, but scatter weapons I believe only deal 1 damage on the scatter, so you're not actually as strong as your stats imply.
Bone Shaker has a range of 100 feet, and I'm still pissed at the fact that you roll a 29.
well, that elf.
A 28 would have had the creature take 3d6 damage and be moved 5 feet, falling prone.
Well, Mother Nature was smiling on that elf. But he's dead anyway. He got blasted by Tall Goose that was frightened by a screaming elf.
Seems I'm unable to join back.
Join back what?
Foundry.
Something?
Oh, you
Forge or
down.
Foundry?
Forge.
Forge. We'll
Yeah,
figure out issues off stream. But yeah, thank you everyone. I love you all. Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream.
Bye, Riddle.
As usual, thank you to my amazing extra mile supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Crabras, Dotgov, Oxymaka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And next up, thank you to Lear, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jacob for supporting me on Patreon advancedly as well. Thank you so much. And last but not least, thank you each and everyone for attending today's chaos. well, if nothing goes wrong, we're definitely going to be playing this again next week. So yeah, hope you guys look forward to it. And yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you to my players as well, Ganon, White Jackal, Cass, and Lucky. You guys are great. You guys are great. Good roleplay, good fun. Yeah.
This was fun indeed.
Alright. Good night all.
And now it's
Bye-bye.
time to drink.
Yeah, drink to victory and to future encounters.
Gotta tap a tree and have some blood wine. I mean, what?
Doesn't blood wine
I
still
don't think you
need,
want to drink that.
doesn't blood wine still need to be fermented and
Alright.
stuff?
Fermented, yeah.
Well, you just treat it like a maple tree, and you just purify it some, and it'll be sweet and salty at the same time.
I'll take your word for it.
Which I
don't-
already know Cutie's thoughts on sweet and salty.
Well, it's just more like the blood. Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't need to drink that. I prefer normal wine. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye.
Goodbye.